Hello, I think we are in. I think we've started. Hopefully, everyone can see and hear me. It's always a little tricky with a new stream setup, but now we're doing like a whole desktop thing. Loki and Ailing, hey, what's up? From the Neb server, I'm so happy that y'all are here. And once again, I feel like I was just talking for a couple minutes and I forgot to have my volume on, but now hopefully that you're hearing me. Hey, hope everyone can see and pay attention to, listen, hear, what's the words I'm looking for? My voice. Welcome to the stream. I am Wolf Scott. I am usually your host and your dungeon master, but tonight we're doing something a little different since the usual gang could not be here to join us for the 5th edition campaign, known as the Shards of Chaos, which is what we normally do, the adventures of our friends as they help travel little baby Percy across the land to deliver a strange and mysterious artifact of sorts. Instead, I, since I'm by myself, thought, let's try something a little different. And quite literally, today, I got an email from a company that, from a company that I kickstarted like months ago and entirely forgot about until, of course, it hit my inbox. And here we all are staring dead at it in the face. This is RUNE. RUNE is a tabletop RPG. I think you can play it as a group, as a friend of group. A group of friends is how people normally say that thing. But it also can be played solo, which, hey, I am one person, so that works out really well. But it also is meant to emulate a Souls-like experience, and I'm sure that if I'm streaming on, a platform like Twitch, most people know what a Souls-like quote-unquote game is. But for those of you who may not be familiar, it's coined after a very famous series of games based off of Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, and then, of course, is expanded to encapsulate Elden Ring and Bloodborne and what else? Sekiro, which is pretty much, they're really hard. They're very difficult. You are sort of anticipated to, and almost planned to, die a lot. It's going to be frustrating, but rewarding, and the worlds are usually very grim and dark and mysterious, and like the story is very shrouded in sort of tongue-in-cheek sort of references, so it kind of, the whole feelings of the games are usually just very oppressive, and like the weight of the world is on your shoulders and you kind of don't know where you're going or what you're doing, but you're struggling your way through it. So when you win, it feels really great, but actually winning is sometimes easier said than done. I've actually already anticipated myself dying so much this playthrough that I already queued up a You Died loop. So, we'll have that as a collective. We'll have that moving forward. But this literally came out today, at least the PDF version. I'm assuming, having the book mailed to me, but this is brand new. So hopefully we're one of the first streams doing it, which would be very cool. And hey, if you are a member of this production team whose credentials I'm sure I will see as I scroll down, let us know. And maybe, I don't know, if you wanna talk to us, that'd be cool. But brand new, so I've never played it. So we're going to I looked ahead at the rules for character creation because I have sort of like, I didn't want to do all of that on stream, so I did some of the character creation stuff ahead of time. But the actual mechanics and stuff we're kind of going to discover together as we play. So yeah, but I'm really excited, and that's kind of it. Also, I think I skipped this part. Hey, follow us on all the things. You can watch all the episodes of our D&D campaign here. Well, I should say the most recent ones here. YouTube has the rest of them. And we also do other things. I do D&D Dungeon Master, like world design streams or like tips and tricks. I'm playing through Celasta Crown of the Magister right now, which is like another D&D adjacent video game project. Pretty much I do a bunch of like D&D and like tabletop role-playing game content. So if you're into that, and also like solo game stuff, because it's kind of like a rare niche for the tabletop community, I feel like, or at least it's a growing niche that I'm like becoming more and more interested in, especially when my friends can't meet. Almost finished the episode of the past stream. Sad we lost the episode of Percy actually killing something. I know, I don't know. My whole stream setup went through like this terrible period of just not working. And so what was a really big bummer, Ailing, was that we had all the video. Like, the video looks clear as crystal, and like you can see everybody's laughing and like getting excited and like the battle. And then I play it back and there's no sound at all. And it was such a bummer. And that was like a very cool fight too, because the whole character of like Nuke the Houndmaster, who was like this ogre highwayman with like a team of wolves, like was just sort of made up on the spot kind of, and it ended up being a very like funny, interesting encounter. And there was drama. And Percy actually killed something. He killed a wolf. But hey, for Percy, that's a pretty big feat. So it was a really big bummer that we lost that episode, but I'm so glad that you're watching the episodes and catching up. And I hope you're having a good time, because I really love running the campaign for my friends, even though designing things for it stresses me out sometimes. But that is the Dungeon Master's plight. But anyway, I guess we should talk about RUNE, and we should start looking at how RUNE works, and then hopefully play it right. I also have a dice app. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need that. Also, I can't see my stream unless I take it off for performance mode. So if we need things to be like bigger and stuff, I can probably accommodate that. I'm gonna make this big since we're gonna be doing some reading together. Oh yeah, oh, that was too big. Okay, this is RUNE, everybody, folks. Hi, hey, Amber. Amber. For anyone who's watching the Shards of Chaos right now, Amber is Nadara. Amber is our rogue, the girl with the caramel skin. I'm drawing them quite a lot, giving me a lot of ideas to draw whenever I have time again. Oh my god, Ailing! Please, if you end up drawing any of our characters or situations, please send them my way. I will absolutely shout you out on the Discord, which you can join, by the way, to everyone. And we're going to turn that into a D&D role-playing space, and it has lots of info from the campaign. Oh my god, Nadara, I'm a big fan. Everyone's a big fan of Nadara. She is a master rogue and a big flirt. I'll tell you who's a big fan of Nadara is Percy. That poor boy. That poor boy. But yes, Amber, thank you so much for joining. Puppy dog guys. Yeah, I was about to say. It's going to be, I know, I love it though, because I know it's going to be drama one day. I just know it. And I'm so excited about that. But yeah, let's talk RUNE. So, because this is supposed to be Souls-like, I'm going to do everything in my power to... Can't wait for Percy's villain arc. Oh my god, I hadn't considered... Don't put that idea in my mind unless you don't want it to happen. Because Percy will come out in, like, spiked black plate armor with, like, skulls on it. Be like, I've been in your shadow for far too long. This time I strike you down. That'll be his like monologue. Let's see here. So yeah, because it's supposed to be Souls-like, I'm gonna do everything in my power to try and like sell it like we're kind of like playing a Souls game when things happen. But once again, I've not played anything yet. Oh great, and I can't even. There we go. Okay, speaking of making it like a Souls game, here is the cryptic opening scene monologue with a breathy RP dialect, lady voice. Wake now, accursed engraved. Oberon lies in pieces, its realms scattered. Fate would forget it, lest you bind it first. Pan. By Spencer Campbell. So yes, RUNE by Spencer Campbell. Please check it out, everybody. And Spencer, if you're watching, hey. Table of contents. Aw, dedicated to Kate, whose rune is carved on my heart. Stop it. You can't make me cry before we start playing. RUNE is a solo tabletop RPG game. So remember when I said you might be able to play it with a friend? I lied. But hey, technically you are playing with a friend because you're here with me, and I'm your friend as far as I'm concerned. In it, you take on the role of the engraved. Okay, so this is like in Souls how you're like what? You're hollow, you're ashen, you're all those like, what is it in Elden Ring? Hollow ash. Oh, all those terms that pretty much says you're really selling this me a big Soulsborne fan. Oh, great. Oh, awesome. The tarnish, yeah. So yeah. So basically, that word that means like you're dead but not really dead, and you also suck. That is like your title. So I guess in this game you are engraved. So that is who we presumably are. Cursed beings that wander the shattered realms of Oberon in search of the power of the runes. Of course, there's always runes. Maidenless tarnished. Yeah, no, I've already thought, don't worry, I have something in mind for that. Throughout your time playing, explore new worlds, face many threats, uncover mysteries, discover new powers, and die many, many times. Obligatory. Cool, good to know that is going to be quick on the trigger. Such is your fate engraved, or so they tell you. What you need to play a rune, first read the rules. That's always a great place to start. They share the structure, the realms of the world, gather a number of 6-sided dice, or a fancy computer that does it for you. Look at that. Look at that. Hell yeah. That's all the D6s I'll ever need. Preferably multiple colors or patterns. Oops, don't got those, but we'll make do for different characters, though this is not necessary. Oh, not necessary. Perfect, nailed it. Knew it. You need a battle grid. Oh, I also made, I'm actually very proud, I made a 3D, not a 3D, a 2D, but I did it on the computer battle grid. We'll get there. So I'm pretty proud of that part of it. I got to use my arts and crafts skills today. And then anything handy to track your character. Oh, Microsoft OneNote, baby. Listen, I'm an Apple fanboy. I have all the Apple products, but if there's one thing that OneNote has just bangeranged out of the water, it's OneNote. OneNote is so good. I use it for all my note taking, for D&D, for everything. So we got that. Okay, lastly, need a character sheet. Yeah, got it. Okay, Oberon. So here we go. This is some plot, some thick, nasty plot. Oberon. Little is known of the world of Oberon from before the Shattering. Ooh, God, we love a meaty past event, the Shattering. Scholars in their towers spend their entire lives poring over what few scraps of record remain, only to understand less than when they began. Yes, I know how to read. Oberon was a world, an impossibly vast world. It spanned in all directions, stretched towards the horizon, reaching for more. Hunger took that world. This hunger had many names, but it's felt the same the whole world round. In the wake, they arrived. Ooh, they. I feel like that should be capitalized for emphasis, but I'm assuming those are big bads. Tinkering, experimenting, playing God. It was only a matter of time before someone tested them. See, now it's in caps. I knew it. The Shattering. A ritual was cast, not by them, but another. Ooh, a third force, a different force. The world of Oberon was blessed with power untold, and its people were revitalized in it. Though unpredictable and dangerous, even heretical, it no doubt saved the world for a time. And so here's where we're going to have the loop, right? Every Souls game has the cycle of light and dark, right? Do I link the fire? Does it continue? Does the world end? All that fun stuff. Okay, so it was a ritual that happened after the Shattering. They didn't look kindly upon this. Their great experiment was spoiled, rotten, cursed. And so they, like children throwing a tantrum, shattered Oberon. Emphasis mine. The realms, the raw power required to shatter a world is immense, and it forced them to recoil back into whatever hole they had crawled from. But not before they stole one last glance at Oberon. They saw a world broken into pieces. These pieces were scattered and isolated, a roiling storm separating them. A world of islands, lost at sea, struck down and abandoned by their gods. The pieces of Oberon would be simply known as the Many Realms. Okay, so I'm assuming this is how we teleport from bonfire to bonfire, all the different parts of the world that they don't make any sense. Why are they connected? But they're connected. Their number is impossible to estimate. Each sits as its own world, separated from its kin by the fury of them. Many have tried to make the journey, and all who tried died, including us. I'm going to wager. Power was required, not created. And power was found. The runes and the rune lords. Okay, so the big bads, right? The power of the ritual still coursed through Oberyn's veins. It coalesced and consolidated, yes, I know the word, consolidated itself, in each of the realms, a fragment of the whole. These fonts of power would be known as runes. Those who claimed them would be granted untold power, but most importantly of all, they gained hold of their own fate. Okay, so we're engraved. So that, I guess that presumes we have a rune, so maybe we have a certain control over fate, which others don't, which I guess makes us important, right? It's kind of like how, only we can rekindle the flame, only we can, even though, like, we're a nothing little hollow baby, who sucks, we're somehow just important enough in, like, the cosmologic wheel of the world that we can hit the reset button. I guess that's us. Naturally, there came war. Those who prevailed claimed the runes and became rulers of their own realms. Rune lords, they are known for. They are those few who can walk the waters between realms. It is said that the runes are bound to their lords and that none may separate them. They said that until the engraved emerged. Okay, so we essentially can pry the runes. So this is very Elden Ring, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure this was being worked on while Elden Ring was being worked on. This is a really big project. It's a whole TTRPG. So kind of interesting, the parallels. But I'm guessing we're the ones who can pry the runes out of these rune lords and then walk the realms between. Very cool. Oh, look at this little knight. Look at this little sad knight. He's either got a dent on his forehead or like a sad stress mark, or probably in this world a little bit of both. The chosen undead, one of the many few undead on a pilgrimage to length of fire. The grace given tarnished, one of the many tarnished risen to become the, only those with grace. Yeah, it's very, I love that little knight. I know, isn't he cute? It's very similar. The engraved. Cursed wanderers who have no realm to call their home. The engraved hold a power unlike any seen in the realms of Oberon since before the creation of the Rune Lords. The power to carve runes. Interesting. So we actually can make them, which is not a thing anyone else can do anymore. Very cool. Interested to see how that plays out gameplay-wise. I have an idea of how one aspect of it is, looking at the character creation, but moving forward, I'm doubly interested. Engraved are deathless. No matter how many times they are struck down, they seem to rise back up, drawn to the beacon light of their sigils. When they rise, they seek out rune lords, and when they find one, they kill it and take their rune. The engraved alone have the ability to take the claimed rune and carve them into their own being. If they can claim enough runes, they too can take back their fate. Seek runes engraved, carve them into your being, and bind fate. All right. Sick. All right. So that's the premise. That is the world of Rune. This is where we are. This is who we are. We are the engraved. All of the realms are lorded over by their enigmatic rune lords, and we cannot pass on from this world into another until we, presumably, take it from them by lethal force. And I guess that's exactly what we're going to do, and we're going to die a lot trying. Rune is played in two different modes, exploration and combat. During exploration, you will wander across the realm, moving to important locations in search of information and items. Classic questing. As you explore, you will come across terrible foes that will try to stop you moving the game back into combat mode. Once you have finished a fight, either through victory or death, you return your travels back to exploration. So, two modes, two phases, combat, exploration, easy to remember for a solo game. Exploration. Each realm is a unique world full of mysteries to reveal, items for you to uncover, and enemies standing in your way. The engraved are cursed to ever wander, and so you do too through exploration. Maps, points, paths. I can pretty much, I think, sum this up and say, let you know that all the maps, I'll show you the little map I made. They're like little pre-designed, is it in here? Yeah. Like little pre-designed little maps. And you can see they're all connected by these little roads. Also, what's really interesting, I know that in the original playtest materials that came out for this, they gave you rules on how to build your own realm. So there's a couple different realms. This is the first one. And then there's other realms we're going to explore if we beat this one. And then you can also make your own. And I guess, like, post them so people can play them. They give you all the rules on how to do that, which is super fun. That might be a fun stream, too. But yeah, so essentially, this is our little guy I made, too. We'll talk about him in a second. But essentially, wherever you're at, you can travel to a location which is linked by a road, which are the little red marks. Makes sense. You can't go from like 4 to 1, for example. And then there'll be certain things that you can do at those locations that will help you in your quest, or maybe try to kill you. But it's like essentially every exploration phase, you can like move to a point, go there, do something, and then continue. So I'm just summarizing some of this. Yep. Once you have arrived to a point, you receive information. Yep. Point actions. During exploration, you will travel between the points. Yep. There are 4 types of actions: fight, search, learn, and delve. Point may have any combination of these actions, may have multiple instances of the action type as well. Whenever you do an action, I feel like this is important, mark it as completed. Actions cannot be repeated unless said otherwise. The one exception are fights, which are reset after your engrave dies. Of course, we all know that bag. Like, we cannot escape the fight. They always respawn. Fight. All right, so these are the action types. When you choose to fight, switch to combat mode. If you win, you may continue to explore the point. Search. Treasures of old and important objects litter the broken worlds. When you take the search action, you've gained the listed item. Fair enough. Learn. Oh, this is cool. This is I looked about the learn thing before. So if you played a Souls game, right, the story is like very vague all the time, and like you have to piece it together through like weird instances of like offhand NPC dialogue and like item descriptions. So there's kind of like a stat that your character has called lore, and it's like what you learn through these really esoteric methods as you progress. And it kind of allows you to do more things or find different things. In a way, it almost kind of feels like insight from Bloodborne, if you remember that mechanic, where the more insight you had, you were able to perceive things in the world that other people with lesser insight couldn't. And sometimes that was something good, like, I don't know, a neat item or a secret passageway or something. And sometimes that was bad, like, you unlocked the eldritch knowledge of the multiverse, and now you know that, like, creatures from beyond the realms live here, and they can find you now. So it's kind of, like, similar. You get lore, and you can spend the lore. I don't think you spend it. I think you keep it, but it's, like, a resource that you can accrue, and then it allows you to, like, unlock things in the world. In Bloodborne, you saw the amygdala or whatever. Oh, my... I remember finding that place. Minor spoilers for Bloodborne, I guess. But I remember finding that place before I had enough insight, and like walking towards the door and like getting like levitated into the air and like murdered. And I was like so confused, and I kept thinking to myself, there's gotta be a way I can get around it, right? Like if I roll fast enough, or if I like use a spell, or like I was doing all this stuff. I was like throwing items at the wall and like all this stuff. And then I come back there later and I'm like, oh no, there's just like an entire Cthulhu like clinging to the wall. Yeah, that makes sense. That was cool. That was a cool moment. But so yeah, I guess lore is kind of like that. You gain lore, and then that's how much you know, and that can be used to do cool things. Delve. The realms of Oberon do not openly welcome their intruders. Their most precious secrets and valuables are hidden or locked away. There are things of great importance in the realm. This may be a new weapon, a piece of equipment, a new path, or some other boon. We like boons and equipment and all those things. Typically, a delve requires something of you in order to complete it. This may be a minimum lore score, once again, calling back to lore, a gauntlet of fights you must overcome, a specific world event, yada yada. If you have what it takes to complete the delve, you'll be greatly rewarded. So, you know, obviously the things that are tempting you into death. Ooh, Oberon is a god's grave. Delve too deep, and it will be yours too. Very cool. I like this art. I like this, like, obviously it's like very Soulsy, but like I like the black and white with like the splash of red. Very, what's the word? Thematic, very evocative. Sigil. The sigil point is a special location, I can talk, in every realm. It is typically where you begin your journey and a place, so it's your first bonfire, I guess. And honestly, it makes me think of a children's book. Yeah, kind of. It's like a little whimsical too. Like a children's version of Dark Souls, which is, you know, nothing that you probably want to expose your kid to. But yeah, it's cute. It's cute and spooky. So that's like your first vampire, your first bonfire. Whenever your engraved dies, they resurrect back the sigil point, regaining all health. In the rare instances where a map has multiple sigil points, interesting, you resurrect at the one closest to where you died. Sigil points have unique action notes not found at any other, which is rest. Okay. Rest to recover all of your engraved health. Resting resets the map and all of the fights, just as it would on death. Okay. However, the advantage of choosing to rest is that it does not trigger the realm's unique penalty for dying. Okay, so that's some new information. So not only will we die a lot because we suck, we're the engraved, but dying will also come with penalties, which is great. I guess that's kind of like Dark Souls 1, right? Like if you died, you lost your humanity and you came back like truly hollowed, right? And that had some, I forget what it did to your stats. Maybe it like half to your health or did something dumb to your health. It had some negative consequence. So I guess that's sort of similar, right? If we die, which we don't want to do, we come back, but we suck even harder. Lore. Knowledge will not save you. Lore is an abstract measurement of how much you've learned about the realm. Yes, we've talked about that. In addition to increasing your lore, you'll also receive hidden details about the world. These are opportunities for environmental storytelling. The world of Oberyn was shattered, as was its history. It's up to you to be able to put together the pieces as you see fit. Because lore is a measurement of your understanding of a realm, it is set back to 0 whenever you travel to a new realm. That makes sense. So if we ever beat the Grim Coast, knock on wood, and we travel to a new realm, we don't get to keep our lore. It is essentially jettisoned out of our head. I guess unless we return, which why would we, but there you go. The Realm Clock. Your travels to a realm are unwelcome. The Rune Lord considers you a great threat, but then so does the world of Oberyn. Your ability to travel between the realms are challenges to the natural order of things. When you arrive in a realm, your time is measured. Hey, yeah, oh. The Realm Clock is a tool to track your travels within a realm. How the clock functions is entirely dependent on the realm you're in. That's kind of cool. So it kind of gives me like a D&D Feywild Shadowfell vibe where like time and the passage of it or how the world tracks, you know, existence is kind of different from individual realm to realm. That's cool. I dig that. A realm clock is made up of segments. Okay. During the game, you will fill up these segments based on the particular rules of the realm. Moving between points, completing actions, dying, okay. Once the clock has been filled, something significant will happen. The world could include new enemies, points becoming inaccessible, environmental changes, okay. So these are different types of clocks. I'm gonna skip over some of the clock stuff because I feel like our realm will probably talk about more about how our specific clock works. But just know, there are clocks of different kinds, cyclical or singular, that fill up as you travel, and then things happen. Ooh, there we go. Combat. When you begin a fight, you switch to the combat mode of play. The rules are combat from different than exploration. Now it's time to face off against one of the many threats of the realm. Combat takes place on a 4x4 grid. Grid is marked with coordinates for easy reference. Whether you draw on symbols... Oh, by the way, this is the part that I was really proud of. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. I made this. Little battle map. This is our little token for our character, which we haven't met yet, but also have a little character token. So, yeah, pretty proud of that. I mean, it's simple as hell, but I mean, I'm being innovative because I'm playing on a computer versus a notebook, so you got to get creative. So 4x4 grid. On the following pages, you'll see an example of a fight. See, look at that. Nailed it. So to set up a fight, look at the fight's information. So it'll tell you how to set up each fight. First, if there's any terrain, it shows you where in the example. So these are terrain, so we cannot pass through them during combat. Finally shows you the starting place for the engraved. Such a tiny and cute setup. I know, right? Like, I don't know. I find I'm really proud of myself that I'm learning how to use my digital tools more, because I've honestly gone. Most of my D&D games have gone from in person to online, so I've had to adapt. And I don't like playing on a battle map in D&D. I prefer theater of the mind anyway. But it is useful to have digital tools like this to help me keep track of where things are happening, even in like theater of the mind. So, yeah. I'm honing up my design skills. Oh, wrong thing. This is the thing. Honing up my design skills. Okay, rounds. Combat is played through a series of rounds. Makes sense. Each round has 5 steps. Okay, determine enemy actions, move enemies, non-harmful acts, engraved actions, move engraved. This might seem like a lot at first. Okay, it does, but hey, we're new. Once you get used to going through the steps, rhythm, you'll be flying through combat in no time. During this turn, roll a d6 for each enemy in the fight. Okay. Compare the result of the action to their action sets and take the related actions. So there's enemy cards, I'm assuming, which I haven't seen yet. Every character has a card that includes action sets. Tells you what various actions the enemy will take, such as moving or dealing harm. Okay, harm as damage. Use the player. Now know what the enemies will be doing and can prepare accordingly. If you're familiar with Souls-like games, this is similar to the auditory and visual cues enemies give you so you can learn their movesets. That's fun. So we roll, we see what they're about to do, and then we can plan our moves. So that is like very Soulsy, where, you know, the person has like the big wind up or starts glowing like a nuclear reactor, and then we know like, oh, we have to not be in the way of that. So that's cool how they ported that over. So you can see not only thematically, story-wise, are they kind of harkening back to Souls-like things, but also mechanically, they're trying to replicate Souls gameplay, which is cool. I dig it. Step 2, move enemies, non-harm actions. If any enemy has a move as one of their actions this round, move them a number of spaces equal to that action. When moving enemies, keep in mind 2 rules. Enemies always move orthogonally. Orthogonally. I was trying to remember this word the other day because I was playing a board game called Forbidden Island and has the same rules. So if this is me, well, I guess we'll use this. Orthogonally means we can only move across like the XY axis, like up and side to side. We cannot move diagonally, right? So I'm sure that will have strategic implications for certain fights, depending on the terrain and the enemies, but so it's an important thing to note. We can only go bum, 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 no side, well, I guess no diagonal, no side to side. So that's the word I can remember, diagonal and orthogonal. Okay. Enemies will always try to move to the closest space in their range. For example, if an enemy's range is same and adjacent, same, they can be in the same space as you. Oh, that's spicy. That enemy will always try to move into the same space as the engraved, even if it is already adjacent. Wow, okay. If they are already at their closest range and have a move action, they do not move. Okay. No more than 2 characters can occupy a square on the grid, including the engraved. So, okay, 2 to a space. If an enemy's move would force them into, they won't move any further. So we don't get kicked around, they just can't come in. In addition, if the enemy has any actions that are not dealing or blocking harm, they take those actions now. For example, if an enemy had the ability to summon more enemies into a fight, hopefully that doesn't happen, they do so. Determine engraved actions. To determine engraved actions, roll a number of d6 equal to your stamina. So we looked at our little character sheet before. So our character, all base characters have 2 stamina, right, to start. So that means we can roll 2d6 in every fight. Maybe this number will go up, or we'll find equipment that'll help. I hope so. We roll 2d6, and that will determine the actions that we can take. And I'm sure they'll show you, but we'll talk about that coming up. Using the values on the dice you roll to assign them to your equipped weapons. So yes, certain results like a 6 or a 5 might mean I attack for X amount of damage, or I block for Y amount of damage. So we assign that. When assigning dice, keep these rules in mind. You cannot use the same weapon twice in a single round. Good to know. You may sum together your stamina dice and assign them to a single weapon. Now that is interesting. When doing so, you must use their exact sum when determining what actions to take. For example, summing a 4 or 3 makes a 7. I cannot assign them to a 6 option, as 7 does not equal 6. That is interesting. So that's also sort of like a benefit and I guess a detriment to having more stamina, because then you'll roll higher than a 6, and then it won't help you anyway, because you can't assign that to anything. Interesting strategy there. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Determining your actions is a puzzle-solving aspect of combat. You know what the enemies are going to do, and they have begun to move. How can you best assign your dice to react to what they are doing? You may find that sometimes your stamina dice cannot be assigned to a weapon. When these situations arise, you must make do with what you have. Yeah, this is Souls, right? Like, if you suck, you suck. Hopefully you suck less next time. Move engraved. If your weapons have given you the opportunity to move, you may do so. You don't have to move, okay? Nor do you have to use your equipment. For example, if your weapons have granted you the move 2, you may move 2 spaces, 1 or not at all. So that's also good to know. We can move and not use all of our movement depending on what is strategically beneficial for us. We cannot move orthogonally. Yep. However, you're not obligated to move to the closest possible range. Yeah, we're not the AI. we don't have to just march blindly forward. We can move in other directions. Fine. And then after everyone has moved, it's time to deal harm. For each character, if they're dealing harm, check to see how much they do and within range. When the engraved deals harm, choose a single target for each source of harm. For example, if you have a weapon that is doing harm, you can choose a single target. If you have 2 weapons, each inflicting harm, then engraved can choose a separate target for each, or have all of them. Okay, so you can focus fire, deal harm simultaneously. This means, interesting as well, engraved and enemies attack at the same time. So you could have a double KO situation on your hand, much like in Dark Souls. We've all had that moment when you're about to kill the boss. They're like 1 hit away. They're like you could sneeze on them and they would die. And then they do that like one little quick turnaround move where their tail slaps you while you strike, and then you both get the death animation at the same time. Yep, it kills me every time. Yeah, exactly. That we've all been there. So good to know that is still alive and well in this game. We can have a double KO. Some weapons or gear allow for other actions to take place. Okay, we'll worry about that when we find them then. Fight is tracked by the health of the characters. When character takes harm, they reduce their health. Yep, makes sense. When enemy's health is reduced to 0, they are dead. Easy enough. Remove them from the combat grid. When the engraved's health is reduced to 0, you die. Fight ends. Marked as not completed on the point. And then, of course, death is not the end for the engraved because we can't die. So we go back to the sigil, which we learned is the one point in all the realms where the engraved resurrect. So we know that. Yep, which is what I just said. I'm like one step ahead here. It's almost like I've played a role-playing game and a Souls-like game before. Unmark all the actions on fight at every point, and the enemies of the realm are brought back to life. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. They've made it narrative. Like, they are brought back to life through the power of killing a rune seeker. I like that it's like, because sometimes in the Souls game, there's really not always a reason for why they come back. I feel like sometimes it's been kind of like vague. It's like, oh, you die, so they're back. But like, that's kind of cool. They like added that in. They absorb your life, so they're resurrected. That's cool. The one exception are unique fights, so bosses, which remain marked. Many realms have unique rules for what happens when the engraved dies. Yeah, so that's the curse, right? Fleeing a fight. There may be a situation where you feel it's better to run away from the fight rather than face an inevitable death. I've done that in a Dark Souls game before. The engraved has the ability to escape from a fight, though it is dangerous to do so. In order to flee, you must occupy a square at the edge of a grid. Okay. Fleeing takes place during step 4. Either before or after you have moved. When you attempt to flee, take 6 harm, and you have 10 health. So essentially, if you're trying to escape, like, you better already almost not be dying, because that's more than half your health. minus any rolled stamina die to mitigate the incoming damage. What? You cannot use stamina die that allows you to move the edge of a grid. Which represents the enemies taking one last swing as you run away. Okay. Wait, but that's interesting. What did that say about a stamina? When you attempt to take 6 harm, minus any rolled stamina die to mitigate the incoming damage. So I guess maybe that's if we roll block. So yeah, I guess they give us an example here. It should be useful to look at. In this example, the engraved is overwhelmed by enemy forces and has decided to flee battle. They've moved to the edge of the grid. Okay. They look at the stamina roll they rolled and assign their weapons in the previous steps. They use the 5 on their longsword to move to the edge. Yeah, they used move 1. And so they need to use the 3 on their shield to flee. They take 6 harm, minus the 3 spent for the... Okay. So actually... They take 6 harm, minus 3 for the spent stamina die. So I guess we choose which one does not contribute to our escape attempt, and then whichever one is not used, we get back his health, essentially. Okay, that makes it a little bit more fair than just outright taking 6 damage. Range, yes. So this is pretty self-explanatory. Enemies will always attack at their maximum range. So if they have a bow or whatever, they're not going to walk into your face and shoot you. they will stay well enough away. There are 2 types of terrain, difficult and permanent. Difficult terrain represents close quarters, uneasy footing. Whenever a character is in a space with difficult terrain, they deal 1 less harm, so it's harder to fight. Permanent terrain includes large objects or obstructions. Nothing can move through permanent terrain unless specified otherwise, so I'm assuming a flying enemy, right? Or maybe if we can somehow fly, that'd be cool. If line can be broken from one corner of the character space to another, they're considered to have no line of sight. So, no, it can't be shot if we're on the other side of a permanent terrain. Some enemies or situations place hazards, trap spells or otherwise, dangerous situations specific to the grid. Duration defined by the action itself. Other hazards remain on the grid until a certain amount of time has passed. Okay. So good to know. Here's the fun stuff, right? This is what everyone wants to see. We want to know what we're carrying around. You'll need more than hunger's flame to bind fate itself. Also, fire, right? Every Souls-like game has something to do with fire or light or like something like that. So good to know that's alive and well. In RUNE, equipment represents the many things that you can carry with you on your journeys. It comes in many forms: weapons, items, runes. There's no limit to the number of weapons you can have in your inventory, but can only have 2 equipped at a given time. Makes sense. Weapons come in a variety of styles. All right, that's fine. Weapons are activated during step 3 of combat, where you will assign your engraved stamina dice. We talked about that. So these are what our possible actions are. We roll dice. Depending on what we have equipped, our result we assign, we can do the thing. We also know we can sum die together. Mental note, I'm probably going to forget that, but we can sum die together to help us. Range, we've talked about range. Versatile weapons. This is a note from the D&D 5e playbook, right? They have the versatile style, which means they can be wielded in 1 or 2 hands, and their card will change appropriately. So if you're wielding... Whoa! Look at that die! It has more than 6 pips. So there is a point in binding multiple die together more regularly, especially if you have a 2-handed weapon. Interesting. A cool design decision, and I actually love the kind of like messed up die. Like that die could, well, I shouldn't say it could never exist, but like I don't know why you would have a die that has like 7, 8, 9, 10, you know, whatever. But so it kind of like trips me up, but I'm also very into it. That's they even made that that like symbol for like an obtuse die. Very cool, very interesting. I love the conceptualizing of that concept. Also, I like too, for the Souls-like fans out there, that this is like your weapon card, and then it also has like an item description on the weapon or item, like all the Souls games. Like that's a really smart and fun touch. And I'm sure too how we will learn more about the world if this is designed like a Souls game. So very cool. Okay, so yeah, we pretty much went over all this. We can some die to go above the 6 if we're two-handing. Cool. Items, gear, armor, rings, other items. There's no limit to the number of pieces you can carry, but one piece of gear can be equipped during combat. Okay, so we can have other stuff, but once we see the fight, we can be like, which one do we need? Click, and then we're good to go, which is fun. It'll give us some flexibility. In some instances, a piece of gear requires certain criteria to be met in order for the engraved to receive the effects. Positioning, conditions of the grade, dice values. Yeah, like I actually, we'll see, because I built my character ahead of time. I have the Amulet of Dawn. When I play Souls games, my strategy is to usually play something with a shield and hopefully a spear so that I can poke from behind the shield and then have like miracles or faith or like whatever so I can heal myself and like throw lightning bolts. I'm playing Souls on baby mode. I'm like, put me behind the shield. No one can hit me while I'm stabbing. I can heal. Like that's my usual strategy. I don't do like wild no block playthroughs, you know, level 1 runs. No, I'm like, give me all the benefits I can have as possible without like cheating or breaking the game. So I chose the Amulet of Dawn because the Amulet of Dawn so far I've seen is the only item or thing I've seen that allows you to heal, which is very on brand for my usual playstyle, which is like put points into faith. So we're seeing here, if I want to use it though, I need to make sure that my dice values match. Otherwise, I can't use it. But that's cool. And then consumables. So our potions, right? You'll come across a number of them. There's no limit to the number of consumables. They're not equipped. You will always carry them. Okay. Typically, consumable has a number of uses. Okay. Unique consumables or rare items can only be used once. Yep. Oh, wait. Does that mean you can use regular consumables more than once? Once collected, you always carry them. Consumables provide a specific effect when used. For example, a healing salve consumable allows you at any point during the exploration. You must remove them from your character sheet. Yeah, Estes Flask. I guess you're right. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a good call out. Because, yeah, I'm sitting here not remembering that most Souls games have a renewable healing resource. Only a few of them don't. Bloodborne, right? Unique consumables. Also, I'm going to have one of these candies? I wouldn't say cookies, but they're not. Friend of the channel, Karasub Bingo, I don't know if they're watching today, gifted me these candies, which apparently were made famous in maybe it was a Studio Ghibli film, if I'm remembering correctly. I forget, they were telling me. But apparently they're really hard to come by, and they're good. I've only had like one since I've received them. But they're kind of like a hard candy. Didn't they discontinue those? Yeah, that's what they were saying. They're like really hard to come by. So thank you, Karasaminga, friend of the channel. And thank you for sparing my throat for talking so much. I will keep the can. No, it's a very cool can. I tried not to break like the little seal either, because it's very pretty. And it's good. It's a good flavor. Unique consumables are rare items that can only be used once. These items do not provide an effect to the engraved. Instead, they are spent elsewhere in the realm. Okay. Now it makes sense. So these are like keys, I'm assuming, right? Big boss door keys or like things like that. Okay. Runes. A power given and a power taken. Their blood. Their final gift to Oberon. Metal as hell. As you journey across the lands of Oberon, your engraved will face and kill rune lords, big bosses. When you do, you take the rune from them and carve them into your being. Also metal. You can hold an unlimited number of runes. We fucking better for killing all these guys. But you may only equip 3 at a time. Mental note taken. Only 3. There are many types of runes. Some provide a passive bonus. Metal, I know. It's like, I love like, their blood. Power taken. Carve it into yourself. I love that shit. Okay, yeah, so we can have 3 runes equipped or carved. Other runes have specific situations in which they're activated or triggered. The Undying rune allows you to ignore the death of a realm. Oh, okay. Once a rune has been used, however, it doesn't disappear. Unlike consumables, runes remain equipped, and you may swap it for another rune when you travel between realms. Interesting. Runes regain all their uses as you travel realms and can be used again when you enter a new realm. So, presumably, we won't get... I mean, we might find new realms in this world, but whatever we have, we won't be able to change until we go to a new world, which is interesting. I guess the process of, like, carving and uncarving the runes of fate, you know, that thing that only we can do, is probably a very sort of metaphysically taxing process. So we can only do it within, like, the in-between, which is cool. Ooh. More. Oh, I was like, oh, look at this, like, creepy little ghoul. And then I'm like, oh, actually, we're the tiny little baby. And this is a massive hulking monster. Okay. Yes, we know about the stats. I'm trying to go through some of the stuff because I've been talking for a little while. I want to get to some gameplay too, but I also want everyone to learn the rules as much as they can. And for me, it was the first time I played it, so hopefully everyone is, like, on board here. But I'm gonna try to get through some of the stuff. Yeah, I think these are just kind of giving us a breakdown of what we already learned. Many advancement rules, your character becomes more power or levels up. Rune does not have a level up system. Instead, your engrave becomes more powerful through the collection of weapons and gear. In many ways, Rune is about finding the best build for your character rather than simply becoming more powerful. You'll discover which types of weapons best suit your playstyle, or especially potent against certain enemies. A new rune may synergize with the weapon you picked up 2 realms ago. So it's kind of like we're all doing a level 1 run, right? We don't level up. We just get better at fighting with the things we have. Okay. Okay, so these are enemies, which, this is self-explanatory. They show us what happens when we roll dice, their health, their range. Cool. I'm listening to you while carrying my friends in Divinity, so don't rush yourself. Oh, you're playing co-op Divinity? Level 1 Wretch Club only. Holy shit. I never got to play co-op Divinity. I still have to go back and, like, beat those games. I got distracted, but Divinity's so good. Unique enemies. So these are bosses. We get that. Rune Lords, which are, like, the big bads. Wow. Oh, they have phases. That's cool. So yeah, it's like, you deplete the first health bar, and then suddenly the cutscene happens, and they whip your ass twice as hard the second time around. That's fun. I like that. Also, very Souls. Realms. There's no telling how many realms were formed when Oberyn was shattered. They have divided by the swelling waters and the raging storms of the cataclysmic event, and while mapping them all out is an impossibility, there are some things you must always keep in mind during your time with Rune. After you pick a realm to play, first read its rules. Every realm has a realm clock for the engraved while dying. However, many realms have additional rules that are specific to it. Each realm is unique. Not only in environment, but mechanical function. Okay. How that uniqueness manifests itself, to list here, as there too much to list here. Okay, cool. Travel between the realms. Your engraved will travel between realms as they kill off rune lords and carve power into their being. There's no limitations of when you may leave a realm, but keep in mind the following suggestion. Before moving on to a realm, try and fully explore a realm and complete it by killing its rune lord. Yeah, makes sense. When you're ready to move on to a new rune realm. Okay. Effects of travel. Reset your engraved. So health goes back to its maximum. Stamina to 2, unless otherwise noted from equipment, and lore 0. We remove consumables. Interesting. Only the hardiest items survive the journey. We recarve the runes, and we can change equipment. Okay. Playing Rune. That's what we learned how to do. Oh, this is like their little disclaimer. Interpreting rules. There will be situations where you'll need to make a judgment call on how to interpret the rules. This could be in the timing of how certain actions resolve, the movement of an enemy, or any other of the hundreds of unique situations. As a solo game, you have the rulebook. While they may be able to cover most situations, it is impossible to predict every situation. So as always, the rules of realms override the rules of this book, and in addition, your interpretation of the rule overrides all. I love when games give you the freedom to do this. I'm a very rules as worded person, right? When I run D&D, and mostly rules as worded, skewing more towards rule of cool. Like, I adhere to the structure as much as I can, but you know, I don't particularly have a great deal of fun when I run in like really like rules as I should say I'm rules as intended versus rules as worded, right? Because I want to look at the intention of the game, the intention of the ability or the situation, and rule accordingly. With rules as worded and like very like rules heavy, like very rules lawyery kind of games, for me it's harder to have fun, and especially like because you're playing a solo game, they're kind of giving you like the benefit of the doubt. Like you're gonna fudge things are gonna get weird, but don't feel like you're cheating. It's a solo game. Have fun. It's important, I think, to state in a product like this. You will make mistakes. Read that again. It's going to be okay. Yeah, I'm sure I will make mistakes. I will die a lot. There will be fights where I forget to move an enemy. Same, it's better to play for fun rather than play a sweaty gamer. Listen, and I have mad respect for the sweaty gamers. I will always read their tips and tricks guides, because you know the sweaty gamers are the ones that have the best Q&As and like how to build this character, and I will 100% steal their min-max ideas. But when it comes to playing that character, I will not be as efficient. I will be just as mechanically powerful, but way less efficient. But for the lulls and for the fun and for the story. So yeah, this is fine. This is saying, hey, you're going to mess up the game. That's fine. And I know I'm going to mess it up. Okay. So I think we're pretty much good to start here. Yeah, because this is telling you how to build your character, which I've already done. So I'm going to go here, back to my Microsoft OneNote. So we're playing through the initial realm, which is given to you in the rulebook. There are other realms, and actually in this download, if you decide to buy this for yourself, which is RUNE by Spencer, not Steven. Sorry, Spencer. Spencer Campbell. This download actually will give you a book of other realms to play. So you come to the game with at least like 5 realms. But this book, the initial rule book, has the starting realm and your starting equipment. So I've already built this character. And like I said, I have made... look at this little guy. You're gonna see here too, I've generated some art on DALL-E. I know there's a lot of spicy takes about digital art in the world right now, and I totally understand them. I respect them. If I was paying someone to do this, I would 100%, or if I had the production value and to like pay someone to do this stuff, I would. But this is literally me playing a solo RPG by myself. And so I'm just going to use the resources which are available to me. So I'm going to use some AI art. And, Ailing says I support AI art. Yeah, like, I think it depends on the project. Like, if I were releasing, which I do plan on releasing, like, my own written content eventually in the future, I would pay someone, because I would want the art to be unique to that project, and I'd want an artist involved at the ground level, personally. But for something like this, where it's just for lulz, essentially, But this is our character. This is our engraved. My selection, once again, because I play Please Don't Let Me Die, the Dark Souls mode, right? I've chosen the longsword for one hand, the basic shield in the other, so I'm sword and boarding it. I am wearing the Amulet of Dawn, which will hopefully allow me to heal. And then you also start with 1 rune, which is fun. So I guess this is your starting rune that is engraved upon you, which makes you engraved. And because there's all this talk of like breaking and rewriting fate, I chose the Fate Breaker. So I have the rune of the Fate Breaker. I may reroll any 1 in a fight. And if I do, I lose 2 health. So this is interesting now that I know that you can sum die, because sometimes a 1 may be beneficial to me. Considering what result I want on my weapons, summing that 1 might be more beneficial. So it definitely gives me a different idea about that ability, but I still think it's a good one overall. And then also, interestingly enough, the Amulet of Dawn, I have to have a pair of dice values. So I think these are kind of interesting to work in tandem, right? Because if I do this to re-roll die, I lose 2 health, which sucks, right? But I also might have the chance of rolling doubles and then reversing the damage I did to myself, right? So that's kind of my strategy for this character. I'm thinking the longsword is balanced. I have move options, harm options. The basic shield is at least going to allow me to block damage, which we don't want. I don't think there was any other shields to start or any other item that had harm reducing capabilities. So as far as I know, I'm currently wielding the only item that allows me to defend myself. And not only that, I'll have the ability to heal myself. So that's sort of my mentality. I want to try to break the dice with being able to reroll ones and using pairs to my advantage. That's kind of my mentality. And this is our character. And I haven't given him a name because in most Souls games, you can name your character, but their name is largely inconsequential. But if anybody has a cool name idea, if chat has a fun name for our forlorn, engraved wanderer, the Knight of the Dawn, right? He's an amulet of dawn. Nemo. Oh, Nemo. That's a cute name. All right, we got Nemo in chat. Anybody else have any other ideas, or else maybe Nemo sticks? Nemo the Knight of Dawn. It's like such a cute name for such a stalwart lad. But all engraved start with 10 health, 2 stamina, 0 lore. So that is our starting stats. Also, I'm going to write cursed here. I did that for the other one too, because if we die, we will take a curse. Which we're not cursed yet, but it's good to keep a note on. I named my tarnished Filthy Mutt, so I don't think you want me to go with anything. Oh, he's not filthy. He's dead. I like Mutt too. Oh, okay. John. Okay. So, we have Nemo, we have John. Name him John. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Because, also, if you hear my cat screaming in the background, I think she just got some zoomies. And she's excited to be here with all of us tonight. I feel the spirit in this Chili's tonight. Here's what I'm going to do. I like Mutt, but I also want the name to be slightly medieval. I want it to be like I guess John is a medieval name too, but I like weirder names, so I'm going to call him Johann. Johann Mutt. The Knight of Dawn. So there we go. This is our character, Johann Mutt. Good name, right? Yeah, Johann Mutt, the Knight of Dawn. Our engraved warrior who is waking up, presumably for the first time, in the starting realm, which is... Oh, did I lose it? Here it is, the Grim Coast. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. Give Joe a let's go in the chat. He's finally beginning his journey. Excited for everyone who stuck around. Thank you so much for listening to how we play this game. Hopefully I remember half of it. And we're about to embark on our quest. So it says, icy winds blow against your grave-marked skin. A heavy weight hangs in the air of the grim coast. Atop a hill in the distance, a singular keep stands above a desolate land. Carving the sigil into the ground, you prepare yourself. I actually did also generate a little, this is our Grim Coast art. I typed in like a description. Yeah, dark castle standing tall above a grim and icy landscape. So this is where our Johann will first travel. Here's Johann versus the icy, the icy nothingness of the Grim Coast. Okay, cool. So then, this is our Grim Coast clock, which I think I wrote down. So the Grim Coast clock, as far as I understand it, has a day and night cycle. Different things will happen depending on if the Grim Coast is in day or night. And when we move between points or complete actions, we build toward a point on that clock. And then our death penalty, I just realized like death penalty, wow, heavy. We resurrect back sigil, we roll a die, and we'll be cursed in one of these ways. But it only lasts until we complete a fight. So that's cool. We can earn our earn our humanity back, if you will. Okay. So let us pull up our little handy dandy sheet here. So this is where we're at. We're at point 1 on our map. Point 1, sigil. A sigil carved into the very soul of this realm, connecting you with it. This is a place of rest, recovery, and rebirth. I think I also, did I not also make, maybe not. I thought I made like a little thing to block out the text for day and night cycles to not cheat as much as I can. Can I create a markdown? Yeah. Let's see. Dark, make a thing. The content will not be deleted. Yes, I know. Thank you. Okay, so yeah. So this will at least help me not look ahead too much. I'm going to try to be good about that. But so far, everything here happens to sigils the same at day or night. Also, this is not written in the rules, but I said I had something for like the maiden list tarnished. You know, this is a Souls game, right? We wake up. I imagine Johann, you know, you hear the crashing waves behind. And there's an icy wind. We're shivering. The first thing we do is we open our eyes behind our helm and we see we are wearing this amulet of dawn, and we don't know what that means. You know, we, as far as I'm concerned, Johann wakes up with like amnesia from life before death. I'm wearing a holy symbol to an order I don't recognize. I'm in a strange place I don't understand. I have a lot of questions, not a lot of answers. And then I feel like a sharp pain, like punk on like the side of my arm, right? And I look, and there's a foot there, right, covered in frost and muck from the ice-laden bank beside me. And here we have, I'm gonna name this guy Dendrick. And this is not written in the rules, by the way, but every Souls game has that first character you meet who just makes you feel like garbage and reminds you that you aren't shit. And for us, that's Dendrick. So we're about to wake up. The waves are crashing. We open our eyes. We feel a punk on our side. We look, and there's this old, grizzled, salt-caked fisherman, and sort of like, what have ye engraved, are ye? Waking up again just to die. Oh, pitiful rotter. Just like doesn't even care, letting us know that we are the worst and will remain to be the worst. Coming here to defeat the Rune Lord. Fat chance engraved. You'll be left on the shore just like the rest of them. Not fit to scrape the barnacles off me boat. This will be Dendrick. He's our obligatory, doesn't like you character and reminds you, Dendrick the ice fisherman, that you are worthless. And hey, who knows? Maybe we'll return here after death and he will insult us some more. But we're gonna put him in the one note. Dendrick the ice fisherman, reminding all engraved they stand not a chance against the Ruined Lords. Okay, so here we are, point 1. During day and night, we can recover all of our health and unmark all fights on the realm, but we don't want to do that because we have full health. There is no limit to the number of times you may rest. Okay, so we're traveling from Sigil. So essentially, this is here, we wake up, Dendrick makes fun of us. And then we see from Sigil, point 1, there are 2 points. There's the quiet village along the coast, which is eerily still, and that is point 2. Where's my... Okay, here we go. So that is point 2. And then there is an ominous forest to the north, which is point 3. So this is where we can go. Also, I'm assuming I don't think it has stated whether or not the realm starts at day or night. I'm assuming that it starts in day. So I put a day marker here to remind myself. And I'm also going to assume, once again, I could be shooting myself in the foot with this, but I'm supposed to make my own mistakes, my own rules, that, you know, time doesn't stop because I've just started in the world. Like, I would assume, right, that we start with a marker on the, like, it's morning, right? To me, this is like morning, you know, afternoon, midday, night, and then night starts, and we go through that, right? Does that make sense? Or am I accidentally giving myself a marker on the day-night cycle? To me, that feels like it makes sense. So I'm going to do that. If chat says it should be empty until I move, I will not move it. But all that being said, I am at point 1 during day cycle, and my next 2 possible positions are a eerily still village in the east, was it? Yes, along the coast. Actually, I don't know. I'm so bad at my east and west. I should put a compass rose on here. Or 3, the ominous force. So what does chat say? Johan woke up. Dendrick just reminded him that he ain't shit. And now he has a village and a forest to explore. If it were me, if I'm playing the Souls game, I'm probably going to the place that I presume to be the safest first, right? Which would be the village. But also, here we are on Twitch playing together. Oh, okay. Immediately, someone's like, no, go to the forest and die. Okay, we have a vote for forest. We'll put it to the clock. Anybody else say anything else? Otherwise, Johan will steel himself and say, that ice fisherman thinks I'm nothing. I'll show him. I'll prove it to him in the forest to the north. As I crack the ice off of my armor. We'll say going once, going twice, going 3 times. Nobody wants to save me? Okay, yeah, we'll march. We'll march into point 3. So when that happens, we're moving between points, which means we mark a timer on our clock. So we travel some time getting into the forest. And then let us look at point 3. Oh no, can I not? I guess I can copy it and paste it, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I can. So I'm gonna paste this real quick, and I'm gonna cover up night. Okay, so I mean, I guess I can see there may be a fight here, but whatever. Among a grove of vibrant life, a lone tree sits, twisted, writhing, alive, and dead. Okay. So this is our these are the things we can choose to do. And every time we do one of these, we progress the realm clock. So I actually don't have any lore right now, and I need at least 1 lore to search this tree. So I can't search it. However, I can do a general search. I can find a Navigator's Pack 2. When used, the realm clock does not advance when you travel. Interesting. And then also, I can start a fight. Or wait, or do I have to start a fight? I should probably refresh myself on that. Maybe I have to start the fight already. You're sending me to the forest to die almost immediately. Let's double check the fight rules before I say I can bypass it. Realm clock, actions, map. This is what I want. Map points and paths. Point actions. Yes, unless it says otherwise, you must complete any fights at a point before you can take any other action there. Okay. So, yeah, very much like Dark Souls, the first place you wander into, there's a bunch of things that want to kill you. Okay, so, which sucks, because I can't even search. I don't even have any lore to reap the benefits of finishing the fight. But this is a Souls game. I suffer because it is my, it is my fate. Okay, so we'll cover up these. I can actually take this search action when I finish the fight, but... Okay, this is our first fight. So I have a zealot and a writher are our two combatants. So in this fight, there will be no terrain, but there will be a zealot and a writher. The stars, don't you see the stars? Okay, so that's like what the zealot says. What is a writher? The spikes from the pods are splintered pieces of bone. So because the gnarled tree says writhing, right, I want to assume that the writher is like a, the writher counts as permanent terrain. Yeah, it kind of sounds like the writher is like maybe a part of this root system of this like gnarled tree, and the spikes are, excuse me as I swallow a burp, are bone fragments that are caught up in the tree, which is spooky. So what I'm gonna do real quick, since we have this information, let's go over here to our AI assistant, and let's make some cool art for our fight. So what is this? Writher, I think, is the easy one, right? So this is like a living tendril, living root of a great tree that has bone fragments wrapped inside of its, I'll use the word tendrils here, fantasy digital art, and we'll see what it comes up with. Maybe it'll give us something cool. It'll give us something to use as a good avatar. And I have, yeah, quote unquote, Ailing says, one really fucked up looking tree. Okay. Which one do I like? I guess this one's kind of giving me the most spooky undead vibes, because it has like this like ominous blue. Actually, no, maybe this one. 3 and 4. Yeah. I'd say 4. I'm kind of digging 4. So 4 is our writher. So we'll pull that off to the side for use in a second. I should have probably put it in a place that's going to be easier to find, but that's fine. And then let's go for our zealot. So the zealot just says the stars. He's yelling at the stars. So it just sounds like he's sort of, going wild. And he's a zealot, which implies fanaticism, religious devotion. So we'll say crazed religious priest wearing a star amulet in a forest, fantasy digital art. And whatever happens, happens. We'll see what we get. Hopefully something cool and spooky. Give me something spooky. This guy looks like... I don't know about this guy. I kind of like 1. Yeah, I kind of like 1 the most. So I think this is the one we're going to go for. So we'll save it. And let's pull it off to the side here. Perfect. And now I can slot them into our battle grid, right? Yeah. I want to move it. Yeah. Let's go here. And let's grab our zealot. Oh, fits right into the... God, that's good. That was satisfying. And a writher. That one guy looked like... Yeah, I know. Like, it just looked like some... I mean, no shade to LARPers, because I love fantasy and going to, like, the Renaissance Fair and all that stuff. But it just looks like a dude in, like, a bad LARP costume who's, like, trying to scare me in the middle of the woods. I don't know if that's the vibe for this playthrough. But I do like... He likes to listen to Powerwolf. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh, we should have You Died queued up, but not played just yet. Okay, so the gnarled tree tells us where everybody sits. So there's no permanent terrain on the fight, which is good, except the writhers act like it, which is unfortunate for us, but there are 3 zealots at A1, A4, D4. So we have A1... Oh, can I not, like, remove him now from this? Oh, no. No, I can. Why can't I? Oh, no. Oh, no. Why can't I move? Oh, is it, like, treating it like the background of this thing? Cell. Yeah, it is. Interesting. No fill. No fill. Thank you. So A1, A4, and D4, right? Which is that like literally right next to me? No, I'll be in D1. Okay, so right here. These are them. However, this we also do not want to have filled. We're like, nah, no fill on that. And then paste. Or I just immediately undo what I wanted to do. Where are the... There's only one Ryther. Okay, which is better news for us. And that is in B3. Okay. And then we are in D. Johan Mud. Johan Mud of the Dawn. Ready to... Okay, so they're all... Oh, so they're all surrounding the tree. And they're all praising it, saying, the stars, can you see them? And then there's this, like, tree that's just writhing in the center that has, like, bones wrapped into it. Ooh, okay. Creepy. Okay, so now we need to... You know what I should probably do? Just for all of our sakes? I'm going to have a second rulebook up to the side so I can have that pulled up to the fight rules. Because Lord knows I'm gonna need them to remember how this works. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Here we go. Here we are. Here's our sitch. These are the enemies. Okay. Everyone's placed, which means now, if I had unlicensed combat music, I would play it right now. Combat is joined. Rounds. During this turn, roll a d6 for each enemy in the fight. Okay, so there are 4 enemies. Oh, and then place a spike pod. Interesting. Huh. Should I generate art for a spike pod? I mean, why not, right? We have the tools. We have the technology. So what does a spike pod say? A spike pod says... The spike pods are splintered pieces of bone. Okay, so spiked human bone wrapped in leaves and roots. Fantasy digital art, right? Let's see what it comes up with. Hopefully it comes up with something different than the Rythers, otherwise that will be a little confusing. Okay. Yeah, creepy. I'm gonna go with this one. Because I feel like these are traps anyway, so this gives me a trap vibe. Perfect. Okay. And nice. I'm gonna pull this off to the side for now, because I feel like they might generate these during the fight. Okay. So, first thing we have to do is to determine the enemy actions. During this turn, roll a d6 for each enemy in the fight. So that means we have to roll 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm just going to go from left to right, and you'll be the center. Compare the results of their action sets and take the related action. So this zealot rolled a 5, which means it moves 1 and harms 1. The zealot has to move closest to me, so boop, there we go. And it hasn't harmed yet because it's not in range, but maybe will. Overwhelm deals +1 harm for every adjacent enemy. Oh no, that is bad. That is bad to know. Okay. All right, and then the next enemy rolled a 6, which is harm 3, so that's him. So he doesn't move, which is good. So I'm assuming he just like throws some star magic up in the air, just yells to the sky, "The stars!" But doesn't. He's kind of in his own world, so he's not really aiming at anything in particular. And then what else? Then we'll say This one is a 6. The Writher has a harm 2. Okay, so doesn't move. Counts as permanent terrain. So this is just like slapping around. There's tendrils of roots and bone flying around. It looks angry, like I shouldn't be here, but it is not within range of me, which is good. And then the final Zealot also rolled a 5, which means it will move up 1 and then maybe harm 1. So because we deal harm simultaneously, the creature I end up adjacent to this round is going to be the one that will deal damage to me. Interesting. Okay, so we know that. So this was a 5, 5, 5, 6, 5. Okay. All right, now, so we move enemies and do non-harm actions. Then we determine our actions. This is the part where it's going to get a little spooky. Because the first time we've done this before. I should probably write down. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do. Can I make like a little enemies 5, 5, 6, 6, 5, 5, 6, 6, 5. I don't know what. Oh, this thing. I was like, why is there a big blocker there? Okay, perfect. All right. We determine our actions. So I'm going to clear this since I have that written down now. So now we roll a number of d6s equal to our stamina. Our stamina is 2. And then we get to decide what we do from there. So, 3 and a 1. I don't know if that's good yet. It doesn't sound great, but we're going to find out. What will a 1 get me? A 1 gets me nothing on any of my weapons. I could sum them for a 4, which would only turn into a block 1, which does not seem ideal. I'm almost tempted to use my rune. I'm almost tempted to break fate, re-roll the 1 to see if I get something different. Because even if I sum the dice to get a 4, all I'm doing is blocking 1. I'm not dealing any damage. And... oh, wait, no, it's a 3, 2, a 4. 3, 4, 5. Not just one or the other, but it's 3 through. So I could sum these and keep the 4. So I would move 1 and harm 2. And the Zealot has 3 health. But I also would not be blocking anything. Which means I would be taking some damage. I guess it's better to take 1 damage from them than doing 2 damage to myself. Right? Trying to do some mental math here. I think that makes sense. Okay, so I think I'm doing that right. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sum these dice. So right now I have a 4. According to my sword, I can use a 4 to move 1, harm 2. So here I go. Moving 1. I'm going to have to find a way to mark damage, actually. Here, let me do this. Is there a skull? Skulls are always a good way to mark damage, right? Skull front, we love it. Ooh, can I make the style... I can't do... I guess red's fine, too. I was gonna say, why can't I do white? Okay, perfect. So, I move up 1... I cannot, yeah. And now we move the engraved, which we did. Okay, now we deal harm simultaneously. After everyone has moved, it's time to deal harm. For each character they're dealing harm, check to see how much they are within range. Same and adjacent. I am also same and adjacent because I have a sword. Yes, okay. All right, so he deals 1 harm to me. And then I strike him for 2 harm. 1, 2. And he only has 3 health. So I'm actually pretty okay. Why don't you let me do that? Let me do the thing that I want to do. Let me put that there. Why don't you let me do it? You should let me do it. I don't know what I did, but it is not letting me do that. Am I going to have to take notes some other way? Oh, that'll be really annoying. I feel like this is so nice. I can just move it and just keep doing that. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that at all. Oh, did I just fix it? No. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to have to remember that, I guess. Times like this makes me grateful for things like Photoshop and Clip Studio. Yeah, I know. I wish I had like better. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever use it other than like something like this, but you know, there's always a time and a moment for better technology. I'll just keep a note. I was trying to do it all digital, but that's fine. Okay, so Zealot 1 is going to be 2 damage. And then we have another Zealot here, Writher, Zealot, and then 2 out of 3. Okay, so we've done a pretty good amount of damage already. We've suffered 1 in the process, which is, you know, this is a Souls-like, so that was probably inevitable. I would like to have not immediately gotten hurt, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Okay, and so then now, I think then we just return to the top. Okay, so it's actually not that bad. It is true. Once you get used to the cadence of the fight, I'm sure it'll be very easy to replicate. Oh, wait. I don't know what I just did, but I think I fixed it. Nope. It only wants 1 in the square. I think that is what I learned. It only will allow me 1 in the square. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we go back to the top of the round. So that means we determine enemy movement. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we check their sheets. So they're gonna this top Zealot's gonna move 3, harm 1. He's already adjacent to me. There's no reason for him to move, so he will not. Zealot over here rolled a 3, so that means move 3, harm 1. Okay, so 1, 2, right? And then 3. Now, here's a question. Can they attack diagonally? I know we can only move orthogonally, but can they attack? Oh, actually, I lied. Okay, this one can move closer to me because it can move into same. So this will actually enter my space. So I'll stagger us. Okay. Can I put you on top though? So yeah, there we go. Which means 1, 2, 3. That would still be the closest he could get. But can you attack diagonally? I'm gonna say I'll do some. I don't want to take too much time trying to clarify the rules. For now, I'm going to say no. I think it's very specific that they're requiring orthogonal movement as well as occupying the same space as an enemy. I feel like if we could attack diagonal, why would we need to have a clause about attacking from the same space and not being able to have multiple enemies share the same space, right? I think that is purposeful. And if it's wrong later, it's wrong later. But for now, that's what I'm going to say. And then for 2, for the Writher, it places a spike pod, okay, on an adjacent space. Where's our spike pod at? There we go. On an adjacent space. I guess we choose where this goes. Not that it's probably great for us in any situation, right? But here, we'll drag it into the... Oh, no, you're too big. You need to be small. You need to be small like little baby. We'll drop it here, in front. Yeah, making a nice wall. A nice wall of things for Johan to have to wade through in order to try and live. That makes sense. An adjacent space. Yeah, because diagonal would not be adjacent, right? When you think of a D&D grid in this kind of grid, it's different, I guess. Okay, so that's done its thing, which means the final Zealot must do its thing. Rolled a 5, So the 5 will move 1, harm 1. Okay, so you're kind of lagging behind. I might be able to kill this guy before things gets worse. Okay. Everybody has moved, and now they deal harm if they can. So the first guy rolled a 1, which means... Oh, and then I have to determine my action. I could maybe block this, which would be good. Okay, so now we're looking at 1, 3, 2, 5. 1, 3, 2, 5. Okay. 1, 3, 2, 5. 1, 3, 2, 5. Yes. All right. Oh, longsword and shield, do not fail me now. Do not fail me now, longsword and shield. I'm going to roll twice because that is my stamina. Just saying the rules out loud so I remember them. A 3 and a 6. Okay, this sounds better. So a 3 means I can deal 1 harm and then move 3. A 6 means what? A 6 means... Oh wait, I'm looking at a zealot and a skeleton. Where's that at? Where's my stuff? Here we go. 3 and a 6. So I can harm 1, move 2. With a 6, I can block 2. Huh. With a 6, I can harm 3. I think no matter what, I think I'm blocking all instances of damage currently because I only have one target within applicable range. They are dealing 1 harm, right? So as long as I can block anything, and I have a 3 and a 6. But I have to move. You may do so. You don't have to move. For example, if you're... I don't know if I can move after I attack, though. I think I have to move and then attack, which means I stay rooted in place, which kind of sucks. Especially because, you know, the tree is building a wall of death. But hey, I mean, if it is what it is, then it is what it is. Yeah, after everyone has moved, it's time to deal harm. Okay, so really it doesn't matter. Oh boy. I just have to kill this guy in my space, number 1. All right, so I am going to use the 3 to block 1, right? Because I'm taking 1 point of damage. And then I will use the 6 to harm 3. And so now we move into the harm phase. So can't hit me. The tree made a pod, so it's done. Can't hit me. We're clashing back and forth. Johan finally raises the obsidian blade, which I think actually says in my description that it is made of obsidian. A balanced obsidian blade said to hold the power of fate itself. Very badass. And my sun amulet glistening. The power of the sun outweighs your stars. Psh, take a slice downward, which means this thing is deleted. I am here now. And then I block the instance of damage. So I survived that round with no damage. Pretty spicy. Refresh and restart the round. I'm getting a little worried about that tree, but I can't get overwhelmed by the zealots because then they will deal more damage to me. Okay, so at least we have 1 roll less to worry about. So now we're going 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 4. So 4, 1, 4. The zealot will then move 1. Oh boy. Move 1. And then, which means they both move 1. Which means, yeah, they will absolutely be doing more damage to me. Oh no. Oh no. But what does the Writher do? It places a spike down on an adjacent space. So it can't reach out further here. But it can... I would wager it probably wants to protect itself. So it would make like another ward here. Because it knows I have to attack it. I have to attack it orthogonally, right? Has to be it. There's no way that we can not... Deal harm simultaneously. I'm just trying to see if they say anything about attacking diagonally. I'm just going to say they don't. I don't want to harp on it. Okay. Okay, so it's made a pod. So these guys are both going to be dealing an additional harm to me for every adjacent enemy. So they'll both get a +1 because there's an adjacent here. Right? I think I'm doing that math right. So, okay. Now I have to worry about me. So it's 4, 1, 4, 4, 1, 4. I refresh. Hopefully I roll some blocks or some heals or something good or some big harm numbers. Okay. I'm going to roll 2 dice. 4 and a 2. Ooh, interesting. I could do a harm 3 right here and just nuke one of them, but then I'm taking all the damage. And not blocking anything. Oof. I mean, I feel like it's worth it. Because if we all deal damage simultaneously, I feel like that'll take away the bonus for the adjacent enemy, right? Or maybe they would hit me before they go down. I mean, this is Souls, so it probably would skew in the way that makes it worse for me. As much as I would like to say that, like, I can maybe save myself an extra harm, I probably can't. I think it's probably worth it to just take all the damage, but guarantee a kill. Because the longer the fight goes on, there's going to be another trap. There's going to, I don't think, and they're still going to be around me. I think that's the way to go, and that sucks to say, but I think that's the way to go. Okay, so now we know their actions, we know our actions, so we resolve actions. So, each of these guys are doing 414, 1 harm to me, and they get a +1 for each adjacent enemy, so 2 and 2, so they're doing 4 damage, essentially. Woof. That is almost half my health. 8, 7, 6, 5. But I instantly delete. I'm gonna say this one. Why not? Because that way at least I can move up and get around. Oh man, this sucks. All right, and this already made its pod, so it's done, so which means we reset the round. And same thing, it's 1 less enemy to roll though, so 1, 2. So we're gonna say 1, 2, a 5 and a 1. A 5, place a spike pod. Well, it knows I have to get to it eventually, so yeah, I think it's just gonna keep building its nice little trap. Oh boy. I'm not gonna have any safe space by the time this fight ends. Okay, and then the 1 for the Zealot, it moves 3, harms 1. So it can move at least 1 into my space. But I can possibly move and avoid the damage. Because we move. Yeah, because we move enemies first. So it's going to move up to 3, but it would only move up to 1 because that is the target. So depending on what I roll, I could possibly... Oh, no. Yeah, move engraved. I move before we deal harm. So I could possibly dodge it. It's my dodge roll, baby! It's my my medium roll. Always make sure you have at least a medium roll. Nothing less. Okay, so 5, 1. And then I shall roll my 2 stamina die. 6 and 6. That sounds great. Usually high numbers are great. So let's take a look at that. Block 2 is what I wanted to see. And a move 1. Oh, wait, and I rolled doubles. My Amulet of Dawn. Oh, hell yeah. It's all coming together, baby. Okay, so I rolled a pair of dice values, 2 6s. I heal 2 harm at the end of the round. A fire that can warm even those whose fate has been taken from them, says my Amulet of Dawn. Okay. All right, everything's coming up Johan. This fight. All right, so a couple things are going to happen. But I only move 1 which means I would still be within range of an attack because it's adjacent, but I'm also blocking 2. Oh, actually, I can move 2. No, but I still need to be adjacent to hit him. It's fine. It's fine. I think I figured this out. I think I've cracked this code. So basically, now that I know what I'm doing, I have 2 6s, and I'm assigning a 6 to both my sword and my shield, 1 and 1. Then we move into move the engraved. So I'm just going to move 1, right? Because I want to be able to kill him. And then we deal harm simultaneously. So he rolled a 5. The 5 is 1 harm, but my 6 block has me blocking 2, so I absorb both the star bolts. Boom, boom. You must fall to the power of the stars. Boom, boom. Blocked him. Didn't even worry about it. Then with my other 6 on my sword, harm 3. Zealot has 3 health. See, now it's all making sense. Slash. There's a squirt of blood on the forest ground. He is slain. Perfect. So now... Oh, and then at the end of the round, because of my amulet, I will heal 2 health. So, okay, we still got a fighting chance. We are still in this. We just have this horrible thing to deal with, the Writher. Okay, so... Oh, wowzers. Okay, so we only have one thing to roll, which is a 6, which means it will harm 2. So I know that when I get into melee with it, which I have to do to fight it, I'm going to be taking 2 harm unless I block well. That is something I know in my brain hole. Or I could I essentially just like kite this thing and like run around it and let it waste it? Because I know what it's going to do. I move before it attacks. So I could possibly just cheese it and like wait for it to place another spike pod down. Because taking 1 point, because that's what the spike pod does. It is permanent terrain. Oh, but interesting. 1 harm when the engraved enters or starts their turn on a space with the spike pod. Can I enter permanent? I thought I could only enter difficult. That's interesting. That is an interesting distinction. Let's see. Sorry, I'm going to take a quick look into our rules text here. I wonder if I can find the word terrain. There we go. There are 2 types of terrain. Permanent terrain includes large objects or obstructions. No character can move through permanent terrain unless specified otherwise. Similarly, permanent terrain may block line of sight between a character and their target. Oh, the Writher counts as permanent terrain, not the pods. That makes much more sense. I can't walk through a tree, but I can walk through the pods. Okay. Crisis averted. My brain, the rules make sense again. So, yeah, if I know that it's going to be hitting for 2 damage, what if I just wait it out, depending on what I roll? It's interesting. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out whenever I roll my die. So I roll 2. So I have a total of 5, a 3, and a 2. So what can I do with this? I can block 1, harm 1. I could move 1, harm 2 with the 3, but then essentially do nothing. This is interesting. Boy. What do I... chat, this is interesting. Because I do have a move on the books, but it's also a block 2, so I wouldn't be taking the damage anyway. But that's only if I sum them. If I move 1 to deal the harm with the 3, the 2 doesn't count anything for the shield. But I have to be in an adjacent space to deal damage anyway. How much health does this have? 3? Alternatively, I could just go whole hog and move 1 and harm 3. Oof. It's a tough split. And I take a damage when I enter the turn or start with a spike pot. I think, honestly, I just have to wade in and just fight. I just have to keep swinging until one of us dies. I think, right? Like, I'm going to move in. Bring it to front. I'm going to move in. I'm going to choose my 5 as a block 2. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take a damage from moving into the space. Because I have to. But at least when its turn comes around and it attacks, I have my block up. So punk takes no damage. And so I did take a damage from the spike pod, and I will take another. But at least I'm only taking 2 as opposed to 4. I think I have to, because I have to get in melee range anyway, right? I think that's the move. Okay. Reset the round. Only rolling once now. It takes a 2. Okay, and this is good too, because it's just going to place another spike pod. Right? So that's not even doing anything to me. Which I love. Personally, for me, I think that's great. And then I'm going to roll 2 6s. All right, so I have a total of 7, which means one of those is a waste. The 5, though, is a move 1, harm 1. Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at the zealots again. It's so hard to remember. Okay. Harm 1. 5 is block 2. Oh, block 2. Would that block seed pod damage? No, because I guess it says it deals damage when I start my turn, which would not be during the combat phase, right? Ugh. I was really hoping I could somehow twist that to my benefit, but I don't think I can. Yeah, enters or starts their turn. Okay. So it dropped the seed pod. I need to start dealing damage to this thing, otherwise it's gonna out DPS me just with the seed stuff. That kind of sucks that it put so many seed pods down early. If it was just like spinning around, we would have had some time on it. 5, move 1, block 2. Or 5, harm 2. I think that I just take the 5. I guess I just take the 5 as a harm 2 and don't assign the block, the shield. Because the block's not going to help me. It's not attacking. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Okay, so I've taken 1 damage for starting my turns. I'm at half health officially now. Thank you, Amulet. I will harm 2, so the tree is now 4 out of 6 health. So we're making progress, and then we restart the round. Okay. Tree gets a 4, which is another seed pod, which is interesting. What does a seed pod do? Like, can it add another one to the same space? We know that only 2 characters can fit in the same space at a time. So I don't think it could put another seed pod down, because that would just be 3 characters in a space. So I think maybe this is a waste of an action, and I just have to hope that I roll something good enough to hit it, I think. I think this is kind of like the waiting game now. It's like, if I don't roll well or I can't sum my dice together well, I'm just going to get spiked to death by the seed pod, I think is what the game is now. So I will roll 2 die. A 2 and a 3. Reference my sword here. The 3 is a harm 2, and the 2 is once again useless here. Yeah, I think it's the same deal. I think I just have to do another 2 damage and just auto eat the 1. So as long as I can kill it next round as long as I don't roll any whiffs on the harm. And as long as it doesn't roll... Oh, because it could still maybe hit me. I mean, then I would just have to roll block. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to roll. It gets a 5, which is still a seed pod, which it can't grow another one. So I think essentially right now I'm okay. I refresh. I roll 2, a 4, and a 1. So what is if I sum that into a 5? I can still only harm 1. Oh, but I could... but if I re-roll a 1, I lose 2 health. That's not worth it. That's totally not worth it. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the Zealot again. I'm dumb. It's so hard to keep track of this stuff. 5, harm 2. Yeah, I think that's what I do. I take the 1 damage that I'm going to take at the beginning of the round. I do the harm 2, and I kill it. I think that's what we do. So now we move into that phase, because let's just get it over with. I mean, I'm basically on death's door, but I kill it. Right? And then... Yeah, there's some... I'll be real, this feels like I'm in math class, right? I mean, isn't that really what most role-playing games are without all the fancy bells and whistles, right? Like, all of the dice and the shiny math rocks and the and the set dressing. It's just a lot of numbers. But I think we win. I think that is a legit win. I mean, we do not come out unscathed. We waded in with 10 health, and now we leave with 3. But Johan the Mutt, Johan of the Dawn, Johan the Knight of the Dawn, he survives. So we can mark this fight as completed. Can I put a little star? Yay! Can I make it gold? I can make it gold. Gold. Mr. Joe just barely... I mean, honestly... I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, right? This is a Dark Souls game. Okay, which means now... I mean, I might as well take the action that I can take, right? Like, I fought to be able to do it. So I'm gonna do it. Oh, but that's interesting. So I did a fight. So I might have to mark that on the realm clock, right? I moved, which marked an action on the realm clock. And then... oh, I have it saved here. Yeah. Completing an action at a point. Yeah. So, interesting. Okay, so. So, I moved, which added a marker on the realm point. Then I did an action, which was a fight. And now I'm going to complete an action, which is search, because I'm going to get 2 Navigator's packs. So, Navigator's pack says, when used... Oh, God. I just highlighted it. Oh. I can... What? Huh. Okay. When I use a Navigator's pack, I can travel the realm without advancing time. Oh, look, there's Dendrick. We're going to have so many fun stories to tell Dendrick when we die and arrive back at the scene. So we have our inventory. Inventory, right? Inventory. So, oh, that's not our inventory. That's Navigator's pack is what we want. Navigator's pack. So we have 2 of these times 2. Realm clock does not advance when traveling. Okay. But interestingly enough, our realm clock is officially night because we filled all 4 spaces. When it is filled up, switch between day and night and reset the clock. So I'm going to go bum, 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 bum. I'm going to move this. And now, actually, I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to move it. All right. It is night. So whatever happens at night, gonna happen. Okay. So from the gnarled tree, the safety of Sigil is down path A. A quiet village off to the east, eerily still. Oh, I can only go from the village from here? To the village from here? Yeah. Well, if I go to Sigil, I can rest, which is just going to reset this fight. Which, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen at 2, but I feel like I don't want to go to the village at night at 3 health. I feel like that's dumb. I feel like that's asking to die. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back to Sigil. I will rest, which will reset our gnarled tree fight. But we already know what's here. We already know, and I never have to reset the navigator's pack, right? I can't repeat it. So really, the only thing I need to do is come back here when I have at least 1 lore, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to see. Oh, but wait, it's night here, which means there's a different event. Ooh, interesting. Oh, that was cool. That was really cool to have the event totally change. I didn't even think about it. Wow. So I can delve here if I sacrifice health to the tree. What does that mean? Okay. The tree's gnarled roots drink the spilled blood. A content sigh resonates from its trunk. A voice rings out. The boatman requires the stars to navigate the trees. That is a kinky tree. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not with it, you know? I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. I'm not gonna, everyone's got their own thing. Tree, I'm happy for you. Like, Godspeed. If I can somehow help you. If you help me, I help you. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, wow, though. Okay, so it's given me a piece of lore. The boatman requires the stars to navigate the seas. What this sounds like to me, and I'm speculating here. I'm gonna, all right, so the Grim Coast, I'm gonna add lore as a topic, right? It sounds like there's a ferryman somewhere, right, in here. Because if we look at the map, let's look at the map. Like, how we get in here, if not by boat, right? But it sounds like the boat can only take us there at night because the ferryman requires stars, right? That's what it sounds like to me. Once again, I'm speculating here, but I feel like it is a worthwhile note to take. So I'm going to write that down. I'm going to say lore. The ferryman requires the stars to navigate the seas. Head to space 4 at night. That's what I'm going to write. I could be wrong, but I have a pretty good feeling about it. And then, so what happens if I sacrifice 2 health to the tree? I can permanently increase my lore, but my health is also permanently reduced by 2 as long as I'm on the Grim Coast. Well, I feel like the lore, I mean, like, I couldn't even do this if I didn't have it, right? And if I'm sticking back to my original idea, which is I think I'm heading back to heal anyway. We've already done everything we can with the tree except for search, which happens at day. I think it's worth it. I mean, we'll see how much the lore gets us. But we got to get lore somehow. So I think I'm going to make that sacrifice. Maybe it'll come bite me in the ass one day. So I'm going to say 3 out of 10, and then -2 max on coast. So that's our current situation. So really this is going to be 8. So, wow, that's kind of confusing. Okay, so I'm going to say 3 out of 8, which should be 10. Because -2 max on the coast. I think that's an easier way of saying it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So let's increase our lore. So yes, I will... I will kneel before the gnarled tree. I will take my obsidian blade. I will drag it down my frosted palm. And I will let the viscous red sea part upon my flesh. And let the tree feast upon it. And then it will hauntingly murmur something about a boatman that requires the seas. And then I would say, this is pretty weird. I think I've had enough of this for the day. And I'm going to go back to space 1 and rest. So that means I do have to unmark the fight because the fight will respawn, right? So that will come back another day. But we are back at Sigil. Oh, but time will pass as well. And also, I took another action. Interesting. This time thing really does speed up on you, huh? I took an action to feed the tree. And then I'm going to move, which is another 2 in the night cycle. Which is fine. I feel like so far, I feel like at some point I'm going to uncover something where I'm going to want to use the navigator's pack. Like I won't want to be at a space at night, right? But so far I don't think I've encountered anything like that. I'm happy to sacrifice it. So I fed the tree. This is going to be my move back to 1. It is an action to rest, if I am not mistaken, which means that will be another mark on the day-night cycle. Boop, boop. There we go. It's currently night. We return looking absolutely beat to shit. And, Dendrick says, "Oh, back already? Accursed engraved. Could barely leave the sigil before you had to lick your wounds. Nothing but more of that will greet you on the grim coast, lad. Doomed to die." Of course, because he has to... Oh, where's Dendrick? So everyone gets a good idea of... Dendrick, the ice fisherman. He hates everyone, especially the engraved. Alright, so we did that. We're going to heal, but unfortunately, we now have -2 health, so we're at max 8, which, could be worse. So now we know exactly what's going to be happening at the tree at both day and night. I'm going to not look at the village yet. So basically, I've already searched and I've delved. I can't delve again. I'll mark that as complete. So really, the only thing we want to do is make sure that we are back at the tree during the day, and we have a lore, and we have a lore now. So that's a problem for another day. What is the problem for today? The problem for today is we have not yet been to the village, and by the time we travel to the village, it will be day. Maybe that's not the worst thing. I think that's where we go. I think there's only a place to go right now. I'm not going to use my navigator's pack. So this would add another thing to the pie, which will complete it, which means it is now day. Perfect. And now I will move to space 2, the village of Teresh. I'm going to quickly cover the night cycle. Well, it looks like I see some monsters stat blocks, so that's good. I can search and I can learn. Well, I'm definitely going to learn. I think lore is important, is what I'm learning. So let's go back here to pages and mark my lore status now 2. Brilliant. Clearly abandoned, though there are signs of recent visitors, the place is as quiet as a grave. Well, considering there's no fight here yet and there's monsters on the side, I'm assuming the fight is at night. So it's a good thing we missed. We honestly missed the fight by a pip. So good for us. And then healing vial ×1, recover 2 health at any time during exploration. I mean, yeah, obviously. Thank you for that. I will gladly take your healing vial. Your Estus flask, if you will. Let's go back to our inventory. So we have a navigator's pack. We have a healing vial, which is a consumable, I'm assuming. Which is +2 health at any point during exploration. Okay. Oh, I'd spelled consumable wrong. Nobody saw that. Perfect. All right. So we've done everything we can do at the village now, at least during the day. So, traveling from Teresh. The safety of sigils down the path. We've been there. An ominous forest. We've been there, and we don't want to go back. Oh, but it's day, which means I could go there for the lore, but it means we would have to do the tree fight over again. Oof. What is? Okay. So from here, my options are a solitary structure on a nearby coast, which is 4. Or the keep of this realm sits atop a hill, which is, I mean, I'm assuming this right here. Now, keep to me sounds like boss fight, right? And I just barely survived a couple of madmen and some trees. So I don't think that's where we go. But 4 is vague. 4 is just what? It's a structure? Oh, the 4 has to be the ferryman. The 4 has to be the ferryman, which I can only do at night. Oh my god. Is it worth? So it's either A. Well, I mean, I guess I could go there during the day just to see what's up. Maybe there's nothing. Chat, what are we feeling like? If I go to 3, it's day, which means I have the lore now to do the lore action. I will have to fight them again. But now I know the strategy, and I know how to fight, so probably faster. And then I can completely clear out the forest. I would never have to return. I would have the lore. I'd have all the searches. I could essentially ignore it forever. Or I could search... I'm assuming 4 is where the ferryman is, but he won't be there now. So we'd have to just, like, get a vibe check on it. Maybe there's other actions to take. Does 3 have more items? I'm not sure, Ailing. I know that 3 has... It has an option that I couldn't take before because I did not have enough lore, right? So potentially, and I'm not cheating. I had it hidden. So, right, if I like, it says lore 1, right? So, all right, I should do it the other way. Requires lore 1, yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what's there. It could be an item. It could just be anything. It's a secret that is hidden by lore. But I would have to do it during the day, which it is day, and I'd have to fight the trees. Otherwise, I could go to the ferryman. Well, if the ferry guy isn't going to be there, I know, but maybe there's something else there. You know, that's the question. That's the mystery. I mean, maybe the keep, I don't know. Maybe there's different things to do with the keep, but I mean, I feel like the keep is where the big guy is. I feel like 6 and 7 is probably like where, like, I don't think that's where the boss is. I think the boss is at the keep, right? Which means there's probably cool hidden stuff at 6 and 7, you know? Like, if you go off the beaten path, you'll find another cool item or weapon or something. And then I can come back and take those to the fight on the keep. So I kind of want to hit 6 and 7 before I go to 5. But it's a question of, do I possibly waste the time searching for during the day? There could be something cool there. We don't know. Or do I go to the trees one more time, Definitely not 5 then. Yeah, that's what I feel, right? Like, at Big Keep, the looming keep of the realm. They specifically said of the realm. I'll flip a coin. All right, Ailing. I trust you implicitly. Tell me where I'm headed. And I will march there. Maybe to my doom? Look at you, Johan. So bright, so full of faith, so full of hope. It will be beaten out of you, death by death, cursed and engraved, says Dendrick from down here in Sigil. I hate this. It's Tails, which was 4 now. You refuse fate? So wait, you want me to go to 3? You just tell me where you want me to go. I'm sorry, I should be looking here. This is not camera, this is camera. You just tell me where you want me to go. You're chat. You're the most active chatter, so you decide my fate. Yes, 3. Okay, so you're sending me back into the trees with 2 less health this time, which is great. Oh boy, and I only barely survived the last time. Okay, it's a good thing I erased all those tokens, which I will immediately have to remake. Okay, all right, let's go here. So I started off in the corner, and then let's find our perfect. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's gonna be spicy all over again. There was one. There was one here. There was one here. And there was one here. And then the tree was going to get a kidney taken. Maybe I regret this. Wait, you're getting, like, we're getting a kidney taken from the zealots, or you are actually getting a kidney taken right now? Because those are 2 very different situations. Poor I know. Johan has barely even tasted undeath, and he's flirting with regular death all over again. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, and we have 2 less health than we did when we first had this fight. It's gonna be messy, but at least, hey, we'll find out what it is. Whatever it is, we'll find out. Oh, which means I should mark this as well. So we traveled, and we kind of want it to go to night because we want to get to the ferry. So, whoa, I don't know what I did there. Did I break something? Nope, I just made a point where I shouldn't have. All right, and then we're going to accept the fight. So we moved, we accepted a fight, which is 2 points off of our realm clock, which means here we are. We are back on the scene of the fight. Juggling a lot of windows. Gonna mark this here. Okay, perfect. That should take care of all of our bookkeeping. Dendrick is like, oh, you ready? You ready? Engraved for another taste of the tree. All right, so we're gonna exit Dendrick, and here we are. Okay. Woo! We are gonna do it. We are gonna do it. We're gonna be fine. Don't worry. Don't you worry your cute little heads. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up my, I said there was too many rules, and I wasn't like, okay, there we go. I needed to get my, my cheat sheet up for the fight. Perfect. All right, first things first, we roll for our enemies. Oh, the stars, they're so bright, the stars. And Johan says, I put you in the grave once. I'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 6 on the zealots. Harm 3, so just shooting starlight into the ether does absolutely nothing. Happy about it. 4 is this one. 4 is a move 1, harm 1. So moves 1, harms 1, which is nothing. 1 on the Writher is unfortunately our good dear friend, the Seed Pod. which we will need to grab the seed pod once again and drop it into here. Perfect. I guess the same deal, right? Closest to John. Makes sense. All right, and then, oh, golly, golly, gosh. Where's my, and then 5, which is move 1, harm 1. So these two are closing in. Okay, now it's me. Give me some big numbers, baby. Some big, scary numbers. Roll, roll. Oh, I should have written down. Oh, that's harm 1, nothing, harm 1. Yeah. So we got harm 1 on the books. Roll. 6 and 4. Okay. Move 1, harm 3. Oh, baby. Yes, that. And then 4, block 1. Oh, Johan. Johan is back with a vengeance, yeah. Absolutely. This is a great starting turn. Okay. So Johan is going to move. He's going to assign the 4 here and the 6 here, right? So I essentially have a move 2, harm 3, block 2 on the books, right? So I think your atoms are too far apart, says Johan. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's hilarious. How about I fix that? That's essentially what's happening. So Johan is just going to stride into the fight. This is doing harm 1 to nothing. This is doing harm 1. But I'm blocking 2, right? So net 0. Then harming 3. This guy has 3 health. Just deleted from existence. Atomized at the cellular level. As Ailing has put into chat for us. I'm happy with that. I will take that, absolutely. Okay, great start off. Great start for us. Oh boy. All right, great. So now we go back to the enemies. So now we only have 3 rolls. 1, 2, 3. Assigning 1, 2, 3. All right, so the first one is a 2. So move 1, harm 3. So it has to move closer. So 1. Then the rider gets a 4, which is another seed pod. So yeah, we'll probably just put that here, making our life hard. And then, oh, but interesting, because then this thing has to move too. Could it hurt its own zealot? I mean, that happens in Dark Souls, right? Enemies can damage each other, I think. All right. So anyway, 4 for the final zealot, which is move 1, harm 1. So it's not even going to get close enough because it's going to move 1, harm 1, nothing. Okay. The situation is not critical yet. Roll 2 for us. A 5 and a 4. I like the sound of that. How does that help us? So 5 and a 4. A 5 could be a move 1, harm 2, and a 4 could be a block 1 or a move. Oh. Okay. If I assume, I should keep forgetting to write down the numbers, but we both know they're harming 1 if I get into range. Okay. If I assign the 5 to the move, right? I can move 1, block 2. And if I assign the 4 here, then I move 1, harm 2. So I'm essentially moving 2, harming 2, blocking 2, right? Which means I could go 1, 2, right? Then harm phase would start. But I would be blocking 2, so I take no damage. And then I do 2 in response. Can I use these as harm markers? I can. Right? Oh. Or is it the same problem I had with the with the skulls and I just thought I was cheating fate? Yep, I thought I was cheating fate. All right. Which means I deal 2 damage to Zealot to the left. I'm going to say left Zealot. So it only has 1 of 3 health left, and I take no damage. Okay. All right. Johan, he's got the swing of it. He's seen this before. He's been here before. He's not worried. This is the famous last words. Okay. So now we roll for enemies. 1, 2, 3. All 4s. Easy to remember and assign. The Zealot's going to move 1, harm 1. So he's going to move into my space. This Zealot is going to move 1. Oh. Let me read. 1 harm when the engraved enters or starts their space. So I guess he can move through this, but it won't harm him. Lame. Would have been pretty sick if you were hurting your own friend, for me personally. Okay. And then finally, 4 for the Writher is another spike pod. So, I mean, we're going to be in the same situation. We're just going to have to out DPS the spike pods. Okay, so I'm looking at 1 damage right now, max. It's in my space. This thing is in this space. So I just have to, once again, what do I got? A 2 and a 1? That doesn't sound great. I can still kill it with a 1. Oh wait, I'm looking at spike pods again. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely taking at least sweat dripping down his brow. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Point of inspiration, John. Oh, Ailing. Ailing, you've watched our D&D stream, right? We give out points of inspiration for, yeah. Is that, I mean, I'm cool with getting a free reroll from chat. if chat is cool with giving John points, I'm not mad about it. I'll let chat be the final definitive answer for that. But if you want to give me a reroll on something, I will gladly take it. I will allow you to deliberate and think about that. I'm at the friendly ghost that haunts him. I mean, he's gonna need at least 1 friendly ghost because Dendrick is not. Assuming the Dendrick is partially alive, at least on the Grim Coast, he's not friendly. Okay, so 1 and 2. I mean, I gotta kill him, right? I just gotta. Oh wait, harm 1. Oh wait, no, darn it, because it's a total 3. I'm gonna take it. No, I'm dumb. I'm not gonna take. No, I'm dumb. I'm still dumb. No matter what, I'm dumb. I'm gonna take 1 damage no matter what, I think. But I think it's worth just killing him now, because if he gets adjacent to me, I'm gonna start taking increased damage because of their frenzy trait or whatever, their overwhelm trait. Okay, so we'll go into harm phase. I will deal the 1. I will take the 1, but at least that is another zealot out of the picture. Okay, so only 2 more enemies to worry about. Roll. 6 and a 4, so we'll say 6, 4. 6, I think, the Writher just flails in all directions, but we're not there, so thanks for wasting your turn. And then 4 will go move 1, harm 1. So, all right. In my zone, I'm staring 1 damage in the face right now, depending on what I roll. Refresh, re-roll. 2 and 6. That sounds promising. So, let's review. A 2 is a harm 1. A 6 is a harm 3. Yeah, I'm going to take the 1 and deal the 3. I'm just going to... I mean, why not? Right? Once again, Johan came into this fight with a rage. With a rage in his heart. Johan was not ready to deal with this fight a second time. But that's fine. I'll take the 1. That seems like a fair trade. And now we just got to worry about this tree again. Which I think we're wading into this tree fight with just about as much health as we did last time. And we survived. So, Lady Fortune, the Lady of the Dawn's sigil on my on my necklace, guide me. We'll see what happens. Okay, so back to the top of the round. We'll roll 1 for the Writher. I know everything other than a 6 is a seed pod. So, fully encapsulated in seed pods now. And then we're going to roll a 6 and a 1, huh? A 6 and a 1, huh? Okay. 1 does nothing for me anywhere. And then a 6 is a move 1, harm 3. I don't think I can even get... I would love to use that as damage, but I can't. But I can at least use it to move to get me closer. That's fine. That's fair. I don't want to re-roll my 1 to lose health on that. That does not seem like a worth it trade right now. And we'll do the same thing. So it's another seed pod, but I can't grow another one because it's all full up, which means... I just noticed there's like little quotes right here. Send me out with a bang, Sergeant Avery Johnson? Sounds familiar. Is that a Halo character? Wasn't there a Sergeant Johnson? I'm maybe making that up. Okay, 2 and 4. Am I whispering to myself? I see like little quotes there, right? Okay, so 2 and 4. What do we got here? 2 and 4. I can block 1, harm 1. I can pull these into a 6. Ooh, yeah, I can pull them into a 6. That's worth it. That's absolutely worth it. Okay. So I'm going to move into the space. Bring to front. By moving into the space, I take a damage. Unfortunate for us. But I now deal 3 damage, and the tree has 6 health. So in one fell swoop, John has reduced it by half. Jorgen Live subscribed. Hey, Jorgen. I didn't realize we had a new chatter on stream. Thank you for subscribing. Also, you are putting us very close to our goal of 100. We are like this close for anybody who's watching who wants to help us break that 100. We would appreciate it so much for having follows and subscribes. Oh, I should say, yeah, the follow goal is 100. Subscribes, we're just here for vibes, right? Subscribes for vibes. Thank you, Jorgen. I appreciate you a lot. Okay, so the tree is down to half health. We're close to winning this. So long. Also, no ads, LOL. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge benefit as well. Take it from Ailing. All right, so the tree rolls a 4, which is a seed pod, which is great because that's nothing against us. And then we roll twice. Baby. Okay, so I'm going to assign the 6 to my sword, which is another 3. The tree is dead. Now, we still take the 1 from the pod, which puts us at a 4. So we're literally at our half health now that our health has been cursed and reduced. By the same tree, by the way. So you're telling me, I just forgot about that whole sequence of events. You mean I showed up here, I whooped your tree ass, and then I, like, cut my hand, and I, like, fed you blood. Feed me, Seymour. I fed you, and then I come back in the morning, and you pick a fight with me? After all that I have done for you. Ungrateful. No problem. First time I get to see a live stream. Well, welcome. This is usually very different than what we normally do. We usually have, on Wednesdays is our D&D night. We have a live ongoing campaign, which you can watch with 7 people, me plus 6 more. But unfortunately, holiday times are crazy. Schedules are weird to balance. So I was like, you know what? Everyone chill, have your time, and I will have a solo stream night. So I'm glad you are here, and we love to see it, and we hope you're back for more. We do other stuff too, D&D design nights, video game nights. We got a couple different things on the docket. But regardless, for now, we were killing a tree. And the tree is now dead. And we scrape by with 4 health. So let us revisit our actions. So we are here. It is during the day. I have a lore, right? We came here during the day specifically. That was the whole reason we did this. Yes, during the day. I have a lore, which means I can unveil this secret option and turn it in. Lore 1. A hidden path leads from the gnarled tree to the boathouse, which is for you may now travel between these 2 locations. Okay. Not like the coolest thing. Like, I would have much rather had like a fancy item or something. But still, it's good to know that is a shortcut that we now have access to. Maybe that'll come in handy next time I die. So, yeah, I should be able to mark... can I, like, make a shape? Can I make a line? Right? Yeah, I can make a line. Line point 1. Line point 2. I can even probably, make it segmented? Yeah, I can. I'm, like, gonna make it look as close as I can to it. And then, come on, where's my... There we go. Beautiful, look at this. It was like it was there the whole time. Okay, perfect. So, okay. Yeah, true. I would have... I'm powerful, right? I have bent the realm to my very will. Okay. Well, okay, so we have learned a few things. We now have a secret passageway. Not the craziest thing, but I'll take it. But we have confirmation that 4 is the boathouse. Before I was speculating, but 4 is the boathouse, which will be where the ferryman lives, which will be where we have to go at night to make things happen. That just makes sense. So, we're almost at night at the realm clock. We're at half health. Huh. To me, time to heal up then. I mean... Yeah, I guess that's true, because if we go back, let's do some mental math. So if we move 1, it'll be still day. We can heal. It'll hit night, right? Then we don't have to fight here anymore. And if we move here during the day, oh wait, no, it is. Oh wait. Interesting. Because this is a fight at night, and this is a fight at day. So we can come back through here and avoid the fight in the village because we have the secret passageway. So actually that secret passageway ended up kind of being very useful. Specifically because it will be the night clock. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think it is time to heal up then. Okay, so let's put this into action. So we are in our day phase. We will travel back to Sigil, which is a... Oh, I keep putting it on the wrong page. Which is a marker here. Then at Sigil, we will rest, which will fill up the clock. So I'm just gonna exit it, which means we'll have night phase. Switch out our reminder. Okay, so now we're in night. Yep. And then because we rest, I have to unmark the fight though, just for future reference. And because we rest, we bring back our health, which is still unfortunately cursed because of the tree to begin with. I'm sure Dendrick will see us. You've hardly seen past the forest, have ye? Ho, ho, ho. Foul, accursed, engraved. I'll be surprised if you make it to the sea at this rate, or will you just be washed away by the tide? And that's That's Dendrick, our obligatory. Where'd he go? Obligatory hates us character. Roll to punch him in the face. Yeah. What's the? It's like in Dark Souls whenever you like slash at the NPC and then you like start a fight with the NPC. Maybe I'll get a cool item off of him. Does anybody have stats for Dendrick? So we'll go back. Dendrick will make fun of us because we suck, but at least we heal. And so now it is night phase. And so this is actually very interesting now that we have a secret passage during the night phase. Okay, so, I mean, that still brings into question, we haven't even seen the village yet. But we do know if we go to the village, there's... Oh, wait, have we been to the village? Yes, we have been to the village. Yes, we've done everything we can do there during the day. It's the night phase we haven't done, which we know is a fight. Which may be worth coming back to. I don't know if there's things to do beyond a fight there. But maybe we save that for another time. Because now we can go here. And then during night, there is no fight. Great. Which means now we're at the boathouse. I'm going to quickly copy this. Go here. I'm not looking. I'm going to paste. Perfect. I didn't want to spoil the day for me. Okay. So, number 4, boathouse. A solitary structure along a craggy coast. A lit candle glows from its interior. A boat is chained to the shoreline. Okay. So at least we do know there's going to be a fight here during the day, right? We should make a note. I should make a note of these things in my journal. my campaign journal, Grim Coast Lore journal. Hey, so we were right. We were actually correct that the ferryman was there at night. That was a correct assumption. Good for us. Okay, so there is a fight in the village at night, and there is a fight in the boathouser at day. Okay. So we're gonna feel for the realm. During night, it must be night. We can do a delve. Hey, guess what? It is. Did I made sure to make the right realm clock adjustments, right? No, I didn't. So then we would have moved. So it was turning night. We would have moved once. Then again to get to the tree, then once more to get here. Ah, interesting. But then if I do it one more time, it resets, right? So I'm going to use my Navigator's Pack because I have one Navigator's Pack which would allow time to not pass between phases, right? My inventory. Yep. So I will use it to ensure that when we get to the boathouse, it is night, because that is what we want. Okay, perfect. A spectral boatman stands in a chained-up boat beckoning you closer. They look to the stars as you step at... Oh, we have to have a picture for this guy. This guy sounds cool as hell. Okay, so he's a spectral ferryman. A spectral ferryman standing on a rowboat at night. Standing rowboat at night on the sea under a starry sky. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing in my head. And we'll see what we get. Generating art with the friends. Oh, these were like far cheerier. These were like far cheerier than I thought. Although this guy is kind of cool. He's like very featureless and solemn and like... I kind of like him, I think. He's given me like the forlorn ferryman vibes that I think I need from this character. You know? So we're going to save him. He's our little ferryman friend. And so let's go back to here. So on the Grim Coast, we have Dendrick. I'm going to put my journal at the top here. But now we can add the Spectral Ferryman. Very cool. And let's drop our inspo art here. I feel like the Spectral Ferryman, like, is so... I'm trying to think of, like, how you'd interact with him would be, like... I keep opening the wrong tab. But he's, like, so morose. You know, just sort of like... Ah, yes, engraved. You have come, finally. The stars beckon. Do you care to ride? He's just, like, a wisp of a man who's, like, barely holding on to his sanity, or to his life. His connection to this realm. Okay, so... Jesus, Grandpa, do you need a nap? I only awake at night, so no, I am well rested. So let's see here. I keep losing my thing. Okay, so I can now do this at any time as long as it's night. I've discovered the ferryman at night. I can travel. I can go to the ruinous camp. Oh, interesting. If I have star charts, I can travel during the day. That's an item that we do not yet know about. Making a journal entry. Find the star chart. Boat travel by day. Cool. That is a cool little secret. Okay. So I guess since we're here, we should make use of him, right? We should travel to the ruinous camp. It will be morning by the time we get there. Also, the words ruinous camp sounds awful. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a fight, like, but maybe not during the day. Well, I was gonna say, it seems like a lot of the fights happen during night, at least with, like, ghostly things. I've seen a lot of, like, ghouls, skeletons. Those all happen at night. But the only fight that we've had during the day is with the tree monster and the zealots, which I guess makes sense. I guess we go. We have full health. We just rested up. There's no reason not to. So yeah, I think that's what we do. I think we head to the ruinous camp. That's cool. All right. First time we're getting off the island. That's interesting. Okay, so let's go back here. So we're traveling from point 4 to point 6. And that means this will add another tick to the night, which will now convert it into day. Okay. Switch it up. Switch it up. All right, good reminder. Now, I'm going to have to keep this copied because I don't want to ruin the other moment for me. So, it is day by the time we arrive. Yeah, it's reset. And this is area 6. So 5 and 6. I'm going to hurry up and not look and paste. Okay. During night. Okay. During day, a fight. Already. A necromancer. Oh, no. Oh, no. But this is a unique enemy. Which means... Oh, I didn't even check that on the tree. Is the tree unique? No. Okay. If it was a unique enemy, once I killed it, it wouldn't respawn. So the tree respawns. So this means the necromancer's probably going to be like a son of a bitch, right? Like, if it's a unique enemy, that means that it's going to be hard. Okay, so let's look at our descriptions for our necromancer here. Under the grave dirt caked robes are the unmistakable clothes of royalty. Interesting. So this is sort of assuming. So now I'm trying to like put the story of this world together so far. So we know we're on like an icy coast. Roll to seduce the necromancer. Johan, I already know has absolutely zero charisma. Johan is just like underneath all that armor is just like a It's just couldn't smile his way out of a paper bag. He's nothing but function. He's no form, all function. Okay, so we're on this icy island. We know there's a keep that dominates the land. Keep assumes some sort of power structure. The necromancers are royalty. So maybe there's some sort of like royal power that is tied with death magic, which rules over the land. But then there's also these zealots who worship a tree, and tree's kind of like life, but they give it death. They give it life. They give it blood. Huh. So maybe there's like a tug of war almost between like there's a ruling class of power of royalty that are toying with death magic versus like a more peasant religion, a folk religion, which is about nature, but it's also a little dark because it's all about like blood sacrifice and interesting. Okay. Interesting. Tattered clothing covers the animated undead. The style is unlike anything you've seen on the island. So this also kind of hints at the fact that maybe the skeletons that they resurrect aren't from this realm. Because we know people can travel between the realms. We're engraved. Maybe they only resurrect those that are outsiders, that are interlopers, as a punishment. It sounds to me like, though, we have some new cool art to generate. So so let's do it, especially for our fight. Okay, so also a necromancer wearing royal clothes is kind of cool. Okay, so like a dirt covered necromancer wearing noble clothes and a dark hood, let's say. Because all necromancers have to wear dark hoods, right? That's sort of like that's your obligatory uniform. When you graduate from necromancer school, they're like, here's your black cape and your shawl and your hood. Now go and frequent a graveyard. It's like, okay. Dirt-covered necromancer wearing noble clothes and a dark hood. Fantasy digital art. Let's see what we get. Who is our necromancer? Our unique necromancer enemy, by the way. Ooh. Oh, I love this one. Oh, that's so spooky. Yeah, that fourth one's good. Oh, that's exactly the vibe we want for a unique necromancer. Absolutely. Okay, so let's go into our pages. Go back to our battle map. We actually haven't even seen the fight yet, but we don't really need to yet. I just need to put him in the scene, and then we can figure out the rest later. Okay, and then we have a skeleton. Skeleton warriors wearing tattered and outlandish clothes. Sure. Right? That seems like a decent enough description for what we had. Rolling the dice, rolling the digital dice. This one is so silly. I kind of like this one. This one's so goofy to me though. I feel like, this one definitely has more like creepy factor. I think it's this one. Yeah. Man, this is gonna be interesting though. A named enemy, or a unique enemy, I should say. So let's put the. Oh wait, we don't want the cell to be that, so I should undo the cell edit. Okay, let's pop that in there. We don't even know where the skeletons are yet, but they're somewhere. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so let's set up this fight, and according to their instructions. The ruinous camp. The smell of the grave is strong in the wind, even at a distance from the camp. There's no terrain. The necromancer starts in B2, which is actually where I put the skeleton. And 3 skeletons are in A1, 2, and 3. There we go. And the engraved starts on C, 1, 2, 3, 4. So unfortunately, they put me kind of... they could have put me at a fair distance away. They had to put me a little close. All right. Fair enough. No terrain to worry about, though. If the necromancer deals harm, they recover 1 health. Okay, that's not ideal. And it has a range of 2 or 3 spaces. So it has ranged attacks. It also can summon a skeleton. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Who do we focus down first, huh? I mean, I guess the necromancer. It's gonna be a spicy fight. Okay. We have full health though. I mean, full health -2 because we gave life to the tree. But, you know, for whatever it was worth it. All right, let's start the fight. First things first, we have to roll for our enemy's actions. So let's pull up our dice tracker. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just say necromancer is always going to be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, okay. 3. I feel like I need, like, more screen space. Which is crazy because I have a lot of screen space. Okay, so the skeleton's got 3, which is a move 1, harm 1. So move 1, harm 1. Oh, but they can move into each other's spaces. So this will be move 1, harm 1, right? And then skeleton 2 got a 2, which is move 1, harm 1. Then skeleton 3 got a 4, which is move 1, harm 1. I'm assuming that's 1 space closer, right? Now, the necromancer got a 3, which states harm 1. Okay? It has to be at a range of 2 or 3, but we know it has to be orthogonal, right? So he actually can't hit me from where he's at, which is good. I will take that. I will take that waste of a splash. But it does mean if I end up adjacent to any of these... Oh, but if I end my turn, because we deal harm simultaneously, that's right. Okay. So I have to keep that. I might be in range of his attack by the time I get into range to hit him. Which is interesting. Okay. It very much is a puzzle when you get into these fights. All right, so I took note of their results, and now I will roll mine. Bum. A 3 and a 3, which is... Oh, darn it. I have doubles, which my amulet would allow me to heal, but I can't heal because my maximum health is 8 right now, because... Oh, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. It happens. But I do have 2 3s. How much health? Skeletons have 4 health. You couldn't have made it could have been 3, my guy. If you'd have been 3, I could have smote you with a 6, but I can't do that. Oh, boy. Okay, so what am I going to do? I have 2 3s on deck, which means I can move 1, harm 2, and block 1. I mean, I guess that's what I should do, right? Because if I move 1 here, he cannot attack me diagonally. I will block 1 here, and then deal 2 back. You know? Which doesn't kill them, but, you know, puts points on the board. I think that's the move. So I'll move here. Everyone will deal their harm. So I block 1, and then zombie Zombie 1, Zombie 2, Zombie 3. I have to make notes because my thing won't work. Has, what'd I do? 1 health? Or 2 health? I harmed 2. So there's 2 health left. Okay. You know, points on the board. Points on the board or points on the board, baby. All right, so we're going to re-roll and see what these guys do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Necromancer is always our last roll as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so I almost called them zombies, but they're specifically skeletons. Put some respect on their name. The skeleton got a 5, which is move 1, harm 2. So move 1, harm 2. And then the next one got a 1, which is move 1, harm 1. Okay. And then the last one gets a 2, which is move 1, harm 1. So he's in my space. Now, these guys don't have the bonus for adjacent damage, which I'm happy about. Spooky and scary. Yeah, no, absolutely. Spooky and scary. And then the Necromancer rolled a 1, which means he harms 1 again. And he's not moving. And I'm not orthogonally in his space, so I'm fine with that. Maybe I'll be able to whittle him down before... Okay. So let's see. Let's see what I got here. Roll 2. 1, 2. A 6 and a 3. I know 6s are good on my sword. My 6 on my sword is really good. Move 1, block 2. 3 is... interesting. So I could smite the skeleton, or I could move 1 over and start laying into the Necromancer. It's not enough to kill, but it's enough, once again, to put points on the board. It may be worth it. I mean, the Necromancer does have the ability to summon extra skeletons, and if he deals damage to me, he heals. So he's dealing 1 damage, but I'd be blocking 1, right? Move 1. Yeah. Oh, this is great. I could knock half of his health off in 1 strike. Yeah, take advantage of the harm 3. I definitely agree with you, Jorgen. Okay, so I will take at least 1 damage from this critter because he will still technically be adjacent to me, right? And they all at least got a harm 1 on their deck. I cleared it, but they all at least moved 1, harmed 1. That's fine though. I'll take 1 damage. I think that's a fair trade. Okay, so I'm gonna move 1. They will deal harm to no one, harm to no one. Both of them will attempt to do harm 1. I will raise my block 1, block the Necromancer, because I don't want him healing any. He doesn't have any damage, but I wouldn't want him hypothetically healing damage. And so then I will take the 1 from the skeleton. Then, with the fury of 1,000 burning suns, I will swing that glorious 3 over at the Necromancer and knock him down to half health. I imagine the Necromancer the whole time is just like chanting like just like creepy incantations. The skeletons, of course, are just like just rattling over towards me. But that's fine because I blocked all of it anyway. Well, most of it. Okay, I'll take that turn. I'll take 1 health for 3 damage. That is a good trade. Okay. Now back to the top of the round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Necromancer is always 4. Did not summon another one, which I am happy about. Okay, so skeletons. He squeaks like a dog toy. Yeah, he's like just like creepy hand motions like Isuturami. It's like he feels the sting of the blade. Okay, so move 1, right 5, move 1, harm 2. Spicier, but still not a problem yet. A 2 is a move 1, harm 1. Okay, so now I'm gonna be getting attacked by 3 people at once, which is not great. And this is a move 1, harm 1, so he's going to be in my space. Okay, and then a 4 is a move 1, harm 3. And he heals for 3. I have to roll a block. I have to roll a pretty good block. Because if I reduce... Ooh, this fight. This is a mean one. Ooh, that's a mean one. Okay. So there was a harm 1, a harm 2, a harm 1, and a harm 3. And the 3 is the necromancer. Ooh, okay. All right. Heart of the cards, baby. Heart of the cards. Roll the dice. A 3 and a 5. Those sound like decent rolls. They don't sound amazing. What is a 5 on a... Okay. Maybe I take the block 2 on the shield. Feels like you're fighting my Fane build now. Yeah, I mean, life. What is it in Magic? Lifelink, essentially. Lifelink's a pretty good trait to have inherently, just on your person. Okay, maybe I move enemies, determine engraved actions. I also move the engraved before damage is dealt. So I could potentially, like, kite him. Ooh. I could maybe attack the skeleton and then dodge roll to the side, right? I'd have to move back into position, but then he wouldn't get any health off of me. Right? Because I move the engraved before damage is dealt. How much move do I have with a 3 and a 5? If I have 2 moves, block 2, harm 2. Okay. I think I know what's happening here. I'm still going to take damage, but I think I know what's going to happen here. So I'm going to... Step 4 is move engraved. I'm taking my 5 on the shield, and I'm taking the 3 on my sword, right? So, move 1 here, move 2 here, right? Now damage gets assigned. None of these guys are in my zone. He's harming 3. I'm blocking 2, right? Which means now he's doing 1 damage, which means he gets a health back. So he will go to 4 out of 6. But then I'm harming 2, right? Which means I still am up on that gamble. I still get 2. I still pop him down a point. And I guess I suffer damage too, though, because I only could block 2 out of the 3. So I think that's a fair trade. I mean, I don't know how much you can ask for in a Souls-like fight. You know what I mean? Like, I took him down a point of health, so I think that's good. All right. And so, all right. Let's go roll them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Necromancer is always 4. So he's gonna do another harm 3. That busted. Ooh, and I guess. I don't really know. I mean, I've already done it. I haven't really seen... I already let the monsters occupy each other's spaces. I don't know if they're only supposed to do that with the engraved or not. I wasn't really paying attention to that part. So I guess I'm just going to say they can now. So that would be 1, 2, 3. Right, because that's going to be a move 1, harm 1, move 1, harm 1, move 1, harm 2. That was the last 1, 2, 3. Oof. It's going to be a lot of incoming damage. Okay. So I'm looking at 1. I'm looking at 3 damage right now. 3 damage. And then 3 from the Necromancer. So this could kill me. This could kill me right now. Depending on what is rolled. Depending on what is rolled. 1, 2, 3, 3. Yeah, depending on what is rolled. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Roll. A 4 and a 2. A 4 and a 2. Okay. Let's see what this is. 4. A 2 is nothing on my shield. Absolutely nothing on the shield. A 4 is a block. Oof. What do we do? What do we do here? I mean, I gotta take the block, right? I got to. So that would be, if there's 6 incoming damage minus 2, that's a total of 4. And the 2 is a harm 1. Oh my gosh. That's essentially just like... Oh, but wait. I might be able to... I was just thinking about that, Jordan. I might be able to move out of range of the... Because they can't attack orthogonally. I'm sorry, they can't attack diagonally. So, if I have a 4, I have a move 1. So I could potentially move here. So essentially nobody would do damage to anybody. That might be worth it. I mean, it kind of sucks to waste a... You know what I mean? But like... Maybe. Because otherwise he's going to drain me for 3 health. And that's... Or at least 2 health. Yeah, I think that's the move. Because maybe I get lucky and I roll a 6. I think that's the move. Might have to take that, live to see another roll. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. There's only so much you can do. All right. So everybody kind of wastes their strike. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Necromancer's always 4. Rolling that harm 3 again. Oh, he gets a move 1, though, as well on that. So he could move himself back into a better position. I'll have to keep that in mind. He didn't last time, but I move after him, right? Yeah, move enemies, then move. Oh, so that was fine. That was fine. I still move after them. I get a chance to dodge. Okay, so 3 on the Skelly is a move 1, harm 1. And then a 2 on the Skelly. I've been using him as 3, so I'm gonna keep using him as 3. So this is move 1, harm 1, because they have to get closer. And then this is move 1, harmed 1. And then I suppose Necromancer will move here, because that is move 1, harm 3. 5. Yeah, I got 1, so 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 potential damage coming in. So 1, 1, 2, and then 3 from the Necromancer, right? Am I doing that math right? 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. All right, so here we go. What happens? Roll. Okay, a 3 and a 4, 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 a 3 and a 4. I can still move through. Oh, but I can only move this way now because he's up there. But I can still block I can still dodge the Necromancer. Okay. I'm just like dodging and weaving in between the skeletons. Just like anything to stay alive. Okay. So the 4 is a move 1. No, sorry. 4 is just a block 1. Harm is a... 4 is a move 1, harm 2. That could be enough to kill this guy. That could be enough to... Because I knocked him down to 2 out of 4. Okay. Maybe, and then I could move into that space, which would avoid him. And then what would that's a 3, right? Yeah. And then I'll take the block 1. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is the move. So we deal the remaining 2 damage here. It's the only skeleton I've touched so far. Bam. That is a harm 2. I move 1. Right? Now I'm out of range of this. I'm still in range of this. So it's 1, 1, 2. So this is the 1. And then if I rolled a 4, which is a block 1, so no damage. Okay. Holding firm. Holding tight. A skelly down. I'll take it. I'll take a skelly. And then back to them. So 1 less to roll. 1, 2, 3. So Necromancer's always 3 now, unless something bad happens. The skeleton got a 6, so moves 2, harms 2. So this has always been my first skeleton to move. 1 can move no closer, but does have a harm 2 on the books. So mental note taken. The 1 moves 1, harms 1. So I'm looking at 3 there. And then Necromancer does 2, harm 1. Does not move, so I don't have to worry about his damage quite yet. Okay, I could maybe kite the rest of them if I keep getting decent moves. Roll. Yeah, that was 1, 2. Oh, and then the Necromancer has 1, 2, 1. Whoa! I broke everything. That was a 1, and then a possible 1 from the Necromancer. Okay, so I got, a 1 and a 5. Huh. Interesting. The Necromancer is sitting at 2 health. Let's do some math. Because if I move 1, harm 3, if I sum everything into a 6, right? So I move here. He gains a health, right? Which puts him at 3 from me. But then I just do the 3 back to him and smite him, right? Because he's at 2. I move 1 here. He deals 1 to me. Okay, I'll take it. Then he goes back up to 3. Then I do 3. Boom. And then I was here, right? And he was in my space, so he should be here, right? Okay. There's no clause on this fight that says once you kill the Necromancer, all the skeletons, like, poof out of existence, right? I'm not that lucky. Where it's like, the Necromancer was the only thing. Nope, okay. I was hoping there'd be, like, a nice little clause that's like, you have slain the ruinous Necromancer. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, we still have a decent amount of health left. The fine print, I wish. They just have full health, but I think I'm not gonna. If I speak, I will be cursed, so I will not speak. But now at least I only have to worry about skeleton stats, which will be 1 less thing to bear in mind. Okay, so we got the dice roll. Bam, bam. So we got, we'll say, demoralized with the death of the leader. I know, right? I still do that. I mean, I used to have a system for it that I rolled for in 4th edition D&D all the time, but nowadays if I'm playing 5th edition, I'm like, yo, like there's less than half of their troops left and you've slain their commander, like, yeah, they're gone. But I guess also these are skeletons, which are a little different because they don't have a method of any knowledge of self-preservation. As far as we know, they're not like a sentient undead like Fane. They're just like shambling bags of bones. But hey, you know, who knows? Maybe their magic link was severed. All right, so we're gonna say 2, 2, 3. Just easier to one since they're stacked on top of each other like that. So the skeleton's going to move 1, harm 1, and then the 3 is also going to move 1, harm 1. So I'm looking at 2 harm from just skellies. Okay. All right, Johan. Mutt, I forgot his last name. Johann Mutt of the Dawn. Do not fail us. Okay, we got a 5 on the books. 5 on the books. Those two, man, on the shield are so rough because they don't do anything. Like, oh, I just wish it gave me something, even a move, anything, but it's just a dead number on a shield. But it's something on a sword, which I guess is good. If I take the 5 here as well, it's a block 2. So what I could do is kite back 1, right? Then I'm only going to be in danger of 1 damage anyway. I have block 2 up. Deflect. And now... yes, the warriors drenched head to toe in blood, surrounded by the enemy's fallen allies. I would have players roll for an intimidation with a bonus. Yeah, that's also great too. Giving them a little advantage or a little bonus on making sure they can weasel their way out of the fight or strong arm their way out of the fight. That's always fun. Okay, so I think in this scenario then, I deal 1 damage, which is not enough to kill them, unfortunately, but... I mean, a damage is a damage. Once again, points on the board. 3 out of 4. The other one has 4 out of 4. I think I might just be dodge rolling around. This is like the part of the fight where you're pressing O like every 2 odd seconds so your stamina can refill before you can get your next dodge roll out. Okay, so monster rolls 1, 2. Ooh, 2 5s? Oh, 4 harm? Really? You can do me like that? Okay. So move 1 harm 2, move 1 harm 2. I'm looking at 4 damage all in total, depending on what I roll. Oh, Johan, give me... All right, still a harm 1, but it's only a... Oh, sorry, I keep looking at the skeleton. Oh, wow. Totally wasted. 1s are totally wasted. I could use my Fate Breaker. I may re-roll a 1, but I lose 2 health. What else would I have? 1s are totally wasted. A 5 could get me a move 1, block 2. So I could move 1 and essentially absorb all the damage. But I deal nothing. And then a 4 on here is a... I mean, it kind of sucks, but maybe I just do that. I just keep moving and take no damage, you know? Like, instead of dealing damage to myself when I could just take no damage for a possible better roll. Okay. 3 and 5. Okay, so move 1, harm 1. Move 1, harm 2. I'm looking at a total of 3. Yeah, you get the swing of it. You get the hang of it once you do it a few times. Wizardess Krista. Hello, first-time chatter. It's going great. We are playing RUNE, which is a brand new solo RPG that came out today from Spencer Campbell. I hopefully I'm saying the name right. I said it wrong before, and I don't want to get it wrong. Spencer Campbell. You can download it, the PDF, and you can buy the book version. Mine's being mailed to me. But yeah, this is essentially a Dark Souls. Good to hear, bro. That's wonderful. This is essentially a Dark Souls inspired solo RPG. So it's supposed to be really hard, and you're supposed to die a lot, but it's a lot of fun. I'm having fun. It's very much like a puzzle combat exploration game. It's essentially what it is. And we've already fought the same gosh dang tree twice, but we won. And then we picked a fight with a necromancer. And I thought we were going to get, like, just railed against, but we've actually been doing pretty good. We have to run around a lot. We're pretty much running with our tail between our legs, but we're not dead, which is great. Okay. So I'm looking at harm 1, harm 2. Here's me. Roll twice. 1 and 5. These ones. Cursed ones. However, I could just take that 6 I could just take the 6 from the sword, kill this guy, and then take the harm 1, leaving me with 4 health. I think that's worth it. Oh, but then wait. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. We can talk. Someday. What am I looking at here? Because I forgot this is a harm 2. And if I take the 6 to kill this thing, then it's actually a harm 3. Which is rough. Oof. Ooh, boy. I'm at 5 health right now. So it would be essentially trading 3 damage and killing him for 3 damage to me, leaving me at 2 health. Is that worth it? Oh, it's a move. It's a move 1 harm 3 though. That doesn't seem like a good trade. I know. I guess with a 5, what else do I have though? I have a move 1 harm 2, not enough to kill. I have a move 1 block 2. I guess it's just another dodge roll. Because then here, this would be a harm 1 block 2. And then I'll just take nothing, but we'll just keep circling around each other. It's just endlessly. All right, yeah, sure. I mean, that makes sense. You can take... Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, too. I could kill the 1, but then I would take... So, essentially, my course of action is this. If I take the 6 on the sword, it is an instant kill on this guy, but because we do damage to each other simultaneously, I'm taking a harm 1, harm 2. So, that'll leave me with 2 health, right? So, I would kill 1. And leave me with 2. Or I choose to move and block so no one deals any damage to each other. Here's the thing, though. I'm looking at these skeleton stats right now. There's no way they're not going to do harm to me, right? Everything they have is a harm. So I can dodge roll around them all I want. But it will just be kind of delaying the inevitable, right? Yeah, I'm gonna... if we die gloriously. This is Johan's motto, right? Take the 3, and then take the 3. I also have a healing item. There's always a chance I could roll a really good heal. So then... Now we're only rolling 1. Oh, and of course he does a move 2, harm 2, which is exactly how much health that I have. But I move before them, him, it, they, skeleton, gaggle, bunch. So I could save myself here. Okay, Johan, what do we got? Ooh, a 6 and a 5. That sounds grand. So they got a harm 2 on me. They also move into my space. They got a harm 2 on me, but my shield on a 5 is a block 2, right? So, whatever. Get out of here with that. Then the 6 is a harm 3. So that means the skeleton's down to 1 health, and I took net 0. That is exactly what we want to see from Johan in the last end of this fight. Huge rolls. Exactly, Jorgen. Huge rolls. Okay, I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, 5, 6. Block 2, harm 2. Perfect. And now, for the Skelly, he rolls a 5, which is a move 1. Can't move any closer. Another harm 2, which is technically lethal on me unless things happen. Roll. A 4 and a 4. Okay. A 4 is a block 1. And is a harm 2. Okay. I also rolled doubles, which means I have the potential to heal at the end of the round because of my Amulet of the Dawn. So once again, we're going to have to do some math here. If I take the 4 on the shield, I block 1, he's harming 2, which will literally leave me with 1 health. But then if I take the 4 on the sword, that is a harm 2, he has 1 health, which will delete him, right? Then, at the end of the round, I got a pair of dice values, heal 2 harm at the end of the round. Johan, by the skin of his teeth, finally places his obsidian blade through the ribcage of the last skeleton, twists it. The skeleton explodes into a hail of bone meal and dust. Slain. Woof. I mean, that necromancer. Also, the necromancer was a unique enemy. Let us not forget that, which means if we come back here again, the necromancer does not respawn, which is a very important thing to note. So I'm going to make a note on in my journal, right? I'm gonna maybe I should keep it its own thing. So this is the ruinous camp, right? The ruinous camp. So we slew the necromancer. Unique does not respawn, right? Interesting though, I am curious if I take a look at the rules for that fight. So during the day, there's a fight with a necromancer and skeletons, right? But if the necromancer never responds, do the skeletons come back? Is it just a ruinous camp minus the skeletons? Maybe. But I do know one thing. I know that the ruinous camp fight has been defeated, which means we put a passage on we're still day on our timer. We are definitely going to search this place because I don't know if you saw what I saw here, but we find the necromancer's key. Ooh, with the emblem of the Graven Keep stamped onto it. Huh. The Graven Keep, you say? You mean like the secret boss place? Very cool. Okay, so journal. Oh, inventory. Right? The engraved inventory. Necromancer's key. Use in the Graven Keep. Very cool. I'm going to make that a gold note. Alright, so I marked a passage of time for the fight. I now must mark a passage of time for here. For the search. For the ruinous camp. So we do know there is an event here at night. Eventually. But that is not now. Also, we can't cross... We cannot cross the channel anymore because it's day. Because the ferryman only comes out at night. Oh no. We're stranded on this island until nightfall with 3 health. I do have a healing potion, a healing vial. I could chug that in the exploration phase and then move on to this final exploration point. Right? That seems probably like the thing to do. We don't want to wander into a new area at 3 health? 2 health? 3 health? 3 health? I like how I took this specific rune about Breaking Fate to reroll ones, and now I'm like too afraid to use it. I should have just taken one that gave me like a straight up buff to like my health or something. I guess I can reconfigure my runes the next time I travel to a new realm. Presuming I defeat the boss of this area, I will get a new rune anyway. So that's also good to know. Yeah, the health one probably would have been the better bet. I guess it depends. If I ever find an item that increases my stamina so that I can have more dice to roll, right? I guess having the ability to reroll an extra 1 is more beneficial. But for now, only having 2 stamina, it's kind of hard to gauge. Haven't used it yet. Yeah, I think the move might be pop my potion. So, goodbye healing vial. I'm sorry. Come into this next area with two more health. At least a little over half, right? And then travel into 7. Because we can't even go this way until night falls anyway. So the only way is forward. And we are almost to night. And so yeah, what is the descriptor of that location? We got a follower goal met. I haven't even been seeing the follow notifications. I'm so sorry. If you've been following the stream, I would have shouted you out. I guess I haven't been hearing them in my notification, my alert box. Thank you so much. That's incredible. I'm very flattered and excited and thank you. Wow. We're gonna have to set a new follower goal. Whew. I'm feeling. Hi, it's Bebo from the Ned server. Hey, I love that like the Neb server folks are finding their way. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful they're making their way over to the stream. Thank you. Yeah, just hit 100. Amber right now. Amber, by the way, if anyone has missed it, Amber is our rogue in our D&D campaign, which usually airs Wednesdays. Yeah, we just cracked the triple digits. Hell yeah, level 1 adventuring, climbing the ranks. Thank you so much. I wish I had like something prepared, like a cool, I don't know, fun thing to do for 100, but and a subscribe. Thank you. Wow, I'm like, yeah, I gotta get confetti. I should have like those like poppers, you know, like those little firework poppers. I should like just have them at the desk at all times, just locked and loaded and ready to go. No, seriously though, this means a lot. This project, I hope you don't mind if I go on a slight tangent, but I've been meaning to do, especially a D&D themed project or TTRPG project, because it's been a big love of mine for many years, and I originally drafted the idea for level 1 adventuring like 5 or 6 years ago. It was like way before COVID, and we were going to film it all in person with like a multi-camera setup and like rent a practice space in New York. That's where I live. It was gonna be like a big production thing, but it took a long time to get people on board, and like some people had to drop out, and we filmed an episode, but then we couldn't keep the footage for reasons, which are good reasons. I'm not dismissing them, but they were reasons. And then COVID hit, and everyone scattered to the winds, and you know, it seemed like doing a project like this kept getting further and further away. But then I was like, you know, everyone's doing the age of the digital, and then the Fire Nation attacked. Exactly, and lo, none could stand against their fury. But then, you know, everything started moving more digital, and I started running a lot of my games digitally, and I started thinking to myself, you know, if I want to make this show happen, and the prospect of making it in person seems further and further away, even though I would still love, hypothetically, to do that someday, maybe it's time I teach myself a new skill, and I learn how to use Twitch, and you know, it's a gamble. Like, I had to learn how to use all these streaming programs. I paid people for art assets, for characters and maps and things that I had no idea would ever be used. And it was scary and weird. But then in moments like this where we have friends chatting and we break like 100 followers, and like we already are affiliate, which I think is crazy. We've only been really streaming for, I don't really know the speed at which people make affiliate. I truly don't. Maybe it's not that impressive. But the fact that we've been doing this for under a year, or just coming up to a year at this point, probably past December. And we had to take a 2-month hiatus anyway because our stream broke. And we're like, I have 100 followers from affiliate. Like, it feels really good. Is all I want to say is it feels great. And I'm really happy that the project is alive. And I'm really happy that people are here listening to it and watching it and having fun with it. Because it means a lot to me. It's like my little tiny baba, my little baby that I have with my friends. Sorry, that came out weird. It's not a baby that I have with my friends. It is my baby that is also my friend's baby, which we all co-own lovingly. And it's just a great time. So thank you so much for being here. I'm beside myself right now. I love having a baby with you. Thank you, Amber. Yes, I think we'd make a, stylish little baby parents. Infant so tender and mild. I saw a tweet that said, oh my God, it was the lyric, tiny infant so tender and mild implies the existence of a large infant so chewy and spicy, I think it was. So yes, for your holidays, your tiny infants, whether they be tender, mild, chewy, spicy, large or medium, that's my younger sister. Thank you so much for being here for Level 1 Adventuring. I am like flabbergasted right now. I know exactly the tweet. Yeah, it was a popular one. Wow. I'm like, whew, thank you. That's really cool. I'm very excited. Well, now, Bebo, you should meet the group's baby Percival. Oh, yeah. There's a little baby Percival. Actual tiny wee lad. Actual, I won't call him useless. He's had his uses, but, they're few and far between. I guess we just broke 100 followers. We gotta see what's at spot 7, right? We can't quit now. We gotta see what's at 7. I just popped a potion. We can't say no. God, I would love to find a cool extra item, though. I can only really have one item equipped at a time. I'm gonna have to earn a rune, but that's fine. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to 7. What's the flavor text on traveling to 7, by the way? So from the ruinous camp, a solitary structure along the east, that's the ferryman's house, which we know. A solitary path along the coast of the eastern shoreline. That's just very vague. No descriptor, so it could be anything. Oh my god. This could be anything. Could be a big bad boss fight. Could be anything. We do it though, right? We do it. We do it, chat. 7. The Lost Night. Oh, that sounds like a fight. What phase are we in? We're in a day phase. Yeah. Oh, actually no. Because it will become night when I enter here, right? The Lost Night. Wow, they describe. I mean, yeah, Johan is very much lost here. Johan woke up on the shores covered in ice and got kicked by a fisherman, and now he's had to fight a tree twice, give it its blood, kill a necromancer. Okay, so this would officially phase it into. I mean, I could use my navigator's kit to change that, but I don't really know what the event is either way, so I don't know if it's worth it, and why would I risk it? So let's just head to this Space 7, which we now know is called the Lost Night. Great. Born into this world to suffer and die. Dressed in the banners of the Graven Keep, a lone knight stands vigilant. So if we appear during night, the Lost Knight fights back a cloaked assailant. The two look at you, wanting your corpse for different reasons. The necromancer and the knight at the same time? Are you kidding me? I squeaked by the necromancer with a almost single digit health. Let me keep reading here. If the necromancer or lost knight have already been killed, They do not appear at this fight. Wow, okay. That would have been brutal. Yeah, I know. They're like wrecking each other. A whole ass necromancer. Who, by the way, would not have come with the skeletons. He would have had to summon them during this fight. But yeah, like a cloaked... Jesus. Okay. In the banners of the Graven Keep. We don't even know what the banners look like. We have to generate art for the night, though. Chat. You hear the words Graven Keep. What do the banners look like? And we'll use that as inspiration for our knight. Also, what is the knight wielding? Can attack same and adjacent. When the dead broke the gates, a lone knight fled the keep. Two lives their sword would take. 2 lives their sword would take. Huh. Okay. When the dead broke the gates. So now we know that the keep isn't really aligned with the dead, right? We thought they were. There's royalty that like had dead things going on with it. But when the dead broke the gates, which implies that the dead were fighting into the keep. Huh. That's interesting. So this doesn't necessarily mean the keep is aligned with the undead. Tattered, desaturated corpse blue banner with a faded shield. Ailing. I love what you're going with here. Okay. So I'm gonna say, and he has a sword. Specifically says sword. So I'm gonna say huge knight in gray plate armor wielding great sword. Great sword. Is great sword 1 word, 2 words? Great sword wears a tattered blue cloak, right? Because it says blue. Yeah. Gray plate armor. Yeah. And you said corpse banner. Ooh, so maybe huge knight in gray plate armor with skull symbols. Wielding great sword. Wears a tattered blue cloak. Fantasy digital art. Let's see what happens. This is our lost knight. Huge knight generates Sigmire of Katarina. I would be so sad to put that boy down. All right. I guess we just wandered. This place just has 2 boss fights. This whole island just has 2 boss fights chilling on it. Ooh. Oh man, why'd they cut this guy's head off though? This looks so awesome, but they cut off his head. I wonder if I did a variation if I'd get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe I should just say, I'm gonna say spooky night. Yeah, spooky night. Yeah, 4th one is looking nice. I might regenerate that one too. We'll just change the description ever so slightly and see if we get a better. Oh. That was the right descriptor to add into the. That is. Oh man, that's horrifying. Oh, I love it. I can't wait for it to kick my ass. Okay. Wow. That's great. That's great. Okay, so. Yeah, that's a nice one. Absolutely. Look at these. Also, look at these 2 absolute units staring down each other. Look at these 2. Oh man. If this was not a duel, Johan and the Lost Knight, are you kidding me? I mean, Johan is walking in here with half his health. But I mean, roll to seduce. Yeah, we're taking the campaign in a new direction. They're actually gonna be wed. All right. So there is a piece of permanent terrain in this fight, and that is at D. Oh, it's D1 through. Wow, you both said dating sim at the same time. You go home. Cool yourself. Cool yourselves off. You need a drink. Something's happening over there on that side of the internet. You better chill. Permanent terrain from D1 all the way to D4. So essentially just closing off. No, I know. I was implying. I just love that without hesitation, both of you were like, dating sim. No, but you're absolutely right. I was setting you up for it. Oh no, I can't do the... I wonder why it's doing that. Why won't it let me just drag things into... I wonder instead, what if I just did... I mean, it's letting me do this art without any issue. So what if I just did... That's true. If you're from Neb server, y'all love people armored up head to toe and begging for romance options, wishing for romance options. So that is very much creating petitions for romance options, which I love, by the way. That still makes me laugh so hard. I love looking at the Neb Tumblr and just seeing all the absolute unhinged memes in there. It's so great. Yeah, why don't we just say... what would be like a cool stone obelisk with engraved runes, with glowing engraved runes, fantasy digital art. We can just use these because for some reason it's not liking the towering stone obelisk. It's not liking the actual clip art as like obstacle pieces for whatever reason, but it is letting me use pretty much anything that I import directly. Oh, okay. We like you. You are engraved. I wonder if we say without the engraved part, or the glowing part, if it looks a little bit more muted and spooky. Because we like a spooky... Our vibe, this is... Oh. Yeah, absolutely. This is what we wanted. I think this is... Oh, that's cool too. But I think for this fight in particular, with the Graven Lost Knight, I think this is the one that we want. Okay. So let's grab this. And then... shrink it up. And then copy and paste. Yeah, this is fine. I don't know why it doesn't like the clip art. That's so weird. Regardless, though, this is blocking everything from D1 through 4. So it's essentially making a wall that the knight is just standing against. And I'm assuming going to make sure the battlefield is very small and inconvenient so we can't kite damage from him. Oh, man. There we go. All right. And so the knight comes in at C2, which is C... Oh, wow, I did that and I didn't even mean to. Perfectly placed. And the engraved starts at A4. Okay. Oh boy, here it is. This is the Lost Knight versus the engraved Johann the Mutt. Oh, with 5 health. Okay. God, I really hope that health potion was worth it. So, this is our Lost Knight stats. He's got 8 health. He attacks same and adjacent. Special. When the knight has lost 4 or less health... 4 or less health? So if he's lost any health, if I do any damage to him, right? Before 4, he gains an additional range of 2 spaces. So he can start shooting magic blasts, right? 4 or less health, not 4 or less damage. So essentially when I knock him into when it's last phase, once I bloody him, essentially, then he can start shooting, I'm assuming, beams of spectral energy, necrotic waves, all that fun stuff. Okay, all right. Back in the saddle again, Johann. Yeah, we can't... I guess we could always run away. But I'm not gonna. Not now. All right, first we go for the knight. So, and he only rolls once, because only one enemy. And he rolled a 3. Which means he will move to harm 1, block 1. Oh boy. What does the knight say? I'm gonna look at his. He levies his sword down at me. I can smell the grave on you. You defy death. I cannot allow you to take another step. Okay, so yeah, so these guys are anti-death. They are not for it. Which is interesting. So maybe he doesn't shoot necrotic waves. I don't know what this dude's deal is. He's an enigma. But I know he's going to move 2, harm 1, block 1. So move 1. It's a foolish tarnished in search of the Elden Ring. Yeah, no, absolutely. So move 2, I guess 1, 2. And then harm 1, block. Or what would it be closer? I guess 1, 2 gets him closer, even if he can't attack diagonally. But I might end up putting myself in harm's way, depending on what actions I take. Okay, so, oh boy, 1, oh, that's an 8. That's not, I wish I could roll a d8. 1, 2. All right, I got a, so what am I looking at? I'm looking at a harm 1, block 1. Interesting, he has block, just like me. Okay, that's the first time we fought an enemy with block. So we have a 3 and a 2. A 3 and a 2, a 3 and a 2. Huh. Which doesn't really get us much. Because I can't even move. With a 3 and a 2. Right? Unless I turn it into a 5 and then just block 2. But why do that? You know? Why put myself in harm's way when it's not even going to amount to anything? Yeah. I think we just take the... How much is he doing? He's doing 3, 2. Yeah. That's wow, that's a I guess I could move 1, block 2. It's tough. I think I'm just going to stay. I don't think I'm going to move it or do anything. I'm just going to let it ride. Because he can't attack me diagonally anyway. Oh, man, this is already... Okay, he's going to move... Oh, boy. Lost Knight, 6. Move 3, harm 3, huh? Move 3, harm 3? 1, 2. All up in my space immediately. Wow. I will put you back in the grave you crawled from. Is he just Reggie? Oh no. Oh no, Johan. All right, roll 2. What? A 4? Okay. Jeez. Come on. Okay. So, he's in my space. I heal 2 at the end of the round because I rolled doubles. What can I turn this 4 into? A block 1? Okay. If I move 1, I can't block. I can't move and block at the same time. But I can. So what's he dealing to me? He's dealing 3. He's dealing 3. And I have 5 health. So, if I... Woof. Okay. I'm going to get 2 health back. I have to remember this. I'm going to get 2 health back. So, he's essentially dealing 1 damage to me net. After all is said and done. Because, yeah. I think I have to do... Because a 4 on this isn't helping me at all. I think it has to be move 1, harm 2. Right? So I move here. I at least put damage on him. Right? and then I at least heal 2 at the end of the round, right? So he deals 3, then I heal 1, and then he takes 2. I think is the right move there. So he's at 6 of 8, and he's almost to the point where he can just shoot laser beams at me, which is wonderful. Okay. He does his thing. Just get a low number. Ooh. Okay, move 1, harm 2. So he's definitely going to move into my space. And then what am I going to do? Bum, bum. Okay. What does this turn into? What can I turn this into for me? The 6 could be a move 1, block 2. Oh, why'd it have to be a 1? Couldn't have been anything else but a 1. A 5. What's he doing? He's doing what again now? Harm 2. I could move 1. I could move 1, block 2. And just not take any damage. I don't deal any damage to him. But I mean, I rolled a 1, and I don't want to re-roll my 1 to give myself 1 health. I think that's the move. We're gonna be doing a lot of dancing. We're gonna be doing a lot of dancing with this guy. All right, low roll. Those rolls low. I'd like it. Harm 2, block 2. But interestingly enough, does not move. Interestingly enough, does not move. I could potentially put distance here between us. Okay. Roll twice for me. A 4 and a 6. A 4 is a block 1. A block 1. So I could take 1 damage and deal 3. Or wait, no. He's doing harm 2. I have a block 2. No, I have a block 1. Move 1, harm 2. Yeah, but I would have to stay in place because my move happens before my harm. So if I turn the 6 into a block, I can eat all of his damage, but then turn right? Yeah, 6. Yeah, because it's 3. Yeah, I think that's the move, and just not move. Because if I move, I sacrifice my attack. So I put up my shield. Boom, boom. Every blow nearly sunders my shield in half. But I take no damage. He takes 2, which means he's officially at 4 health. Which means now, when the Lost Knight has 4 less health, they gain an additional range of 2 spaces. So he now has ranged attacks. I guess there's a moment where what is it in like a Dark Souls? So I get the damage, right? His health bar depletes. There's a fade out. You see him collapse on one knee. His sword is planted in the ground. I will not be felled by some fool-hearted engraved. As he puts his other hand on his sword, what would happen? He would probably squeeze it real tight so there's blood dripping down the blade, and then suddenly there would be an ethereal light that starts glowing, and you can see runes etched upon his sword that are now blazing to life. I will pry those runes from your corpse. Yeah, blue fire, of course, Ailing, of course, blue fire. Raises the sword upward, and now has a rune-scribed flaming blue blade that can fling blue fireballs at me, because of course he can. And now he's in phase 2, and I am crying. And let's see. Johan, baby. I believe in you. Rolling. Yes. Okay. So that's a move 1, harm 2. Move 1, harm 2. Refresh it. I get 2 rolls. Another 4 and a 6. Those sound like good rolls. A 4 is a block 1. A block 1? 3 damage, leaving him with 1 health. What's the smarter play here? If I take the 6 on the shield, I block 2, take nothing. If I put the sword, I harm 2. I think that's what I do. I put the 6 on the shield, so I block 2, then put the harm 2 on the sword, which won't kill him, but will take him down to 2 health, putting him essentially in murderable distance, right? Yeah, I think that's what we do. So 6, block 2, and then 4, harm 2. Take that down. He's got 2 out of 8 health left. I have 3. Oh, yeah. Okay. Reset the round. He rolls 1. Ooh, 5's pretty good. It's a harm 2, block 2, but no move. Harm 2, block 2. Okay. Oh, no, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Roll twice. Bum. A 3 and a 4, pretty even keel. Okay. So I can kill him right now. And walk away with 2 health. Right? I can generate 4 harm. If I do it inversely, yeah, it doesn't matter. If I put the 3 or the 4 on the shield, I'm blocking 1. So I'm taking 1 regardless. But oh no, shit, I won't kill him. Oh my god, because he's blocking 2. Oh no. So maybe this is just a runaway moment. Oh man, that would have been so cool, but he's blocking 2. Okay. So what can I generate here? I can generate a block 1. Oh boy. No. Oh no. This is gonna be. Can move 1. Oh, move 1. I can get diagonal. And evade his attack. I just won't be able to hit him back. Maybe that's what we do. You know what I mean? Like, if I put the 4 here, move 1, block 2, the 3 here, move 1, harm 2, and just go whoop. You know? And then just he swings at nothing. Or better yet, throws a fireball against the wall. That's better, I think, than trading nothing, right? I think that's the move. And I could just move 1 away to put myself in a better attack position, but then he might not roll a move again. So might as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the move. He's going to roll 1. He's going to get a 5. Which means he harms 2, blocks 2 again. Which means he's not moving. So as long as I don't move, I don't take any damage. So what do I roll? A 6 and a 5. That sounds really good. A 6 is a move 1. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. I think this is game. If I attach the 6 to here, move 1. If I assign the 5 here, move 1, so it's move 2. Block 2, he's harming 2. Then harm 3, he's at 2 health. I think I got it. Right? Does that math work out? That makes sense to me. 5 and 6. 5, 6. Yeah, 5, 6. Move 2. Block 2. Harm 3. Sorry, yeah, I got lost. I got excited. If I assign this 5 to the shield, right? Let's move 1. Let's run it. Let's run it through. I assign the 6 to the sword. Move 1. That means I'll be here, in strike distance. He is... Oh, I won't kill him because he's blocking 2. But I will leave him with 1 health and I will take no damage. Yeah. Yeah. Johan. You're here, baby. You're here. A 3. A 3 sounds like a pretty mid roll for this night. A 3 is a move 2, harm 1, block 1. So into the space. Harm 1, block 1. There's been worse. There's definitely been worse rolls we've been contesting with than harm 1, block 1. And now, Johan, he's blocking 1. Remember, he's blocking 1. Roll twice. A 3 and a 4. Pretty mid, but I only need to get 1 damage through. Okay, if I assign... Okay, I think this one's game. If I assign the 4 to the shield, I'm blocking 1, which is no damage. I assign 3 to the sword, 2 harm. He blocks a harm, but he only has 1 health left. And I think that's a slain knight. I think that one is game. I don't think there's any way for him to get out of that one. He is... I slash... you can see he... Oh, what would happen? I feel like he's already like fallen down on his knee. He's not like the dramatic pause. So what is like his death animation? His death animation is stab him through the throat. Yeah, I definitely... Yeah, there's like... we like clang, there's like fire. I like knock his sword aside, jump up, plunge it through his throat. And like he's staring at me through his mask and his like eyes are glowing and I can see the lights flickering. And you can just hear like gurgling out through like raspy breaths and like I'm assuming what might be if he still has blood within him. whatever bile motivates his body to move. There's like a I gave everything for the keep. And there's like blood, blood splatters on John. Yes. And then boom. Oh, and yeah, as he's like falling over, he'll reach in the direction towards the keep, like he can see it on the horizon. You can see like the black, like, looming structure in the very distance, and you can just hear like one last like my oath fulfilled, right? Knight's oaths, and then he falls dead. Bangarang, baby, get out of here. Johan once again walking away with hardly any health. But enough to still live. So we have some time to track. Oh no, I accidentally deleted my little time tracker. It's okay. Covered in blood and traumatized. Yeah, Johan has had the worst time. Oh no, I came here at night, didn't I? Yeah, I came here during night, which is why it was reset. That is why our tracker was reset. That is right. Interesting. And slain. So never got to worry about that guy again, which I'm going to write immediately because I never want to forget that. The Ruinous Camp, add note, the Lost Knight, unique enemy, slain permanently. Perfect. Okay. So, we can mark this fight complete. Do I have any other actions that I can take? Oh, I get an item! If the Necromancer or Lost Knight have already been killed, they do not appear in this fight. When defeated, the Necromancer key, if not already found it, and the Sun-Scorched Ring. Don't mind if I do. Take a look at the sun-scorched ring. It's a piece of gear. I have to have less to match the amulet. Yeah. Sun-scorched ring. Criteria: I have to have less than half health. I deal +1 harm to undead enemies. Interesting. Fire magic was declared forbidden in the Grim Coast just before the dead took the keep. The bearer of this ring. Oh, that's sick. We said he had blue fire on his sword, and this is literally a sword, an item description that is talking about fire magic. Okay. So we also know that the Graven Keep has something to do with pyromancy, right? To use a Dark Souls term. Yeah, I mean, with the way how Johan is always dead, yeah, I know. He might as well be doing +1 damage to himself at all times. Oh, they gave you a little thing here. Could be using that. It's fine. Okay. I don't know if that... Oh, I accidentally did a full screenshot. I just wanted to do a little baby screenshot. I don't know if the Sun-Scorched Ring right now is worth equipping over my amulet. The amulet has saved me a couple times. But I do know there are some fights coming up that may potentially have undead involved. And so I will keep that in my back pocket for those times. Because you can change gear during fights. So that is good to know. Okay, which means... Should I take a peek during the day? I guess there is something there that's not a fight. Darn it! So there is something here to do in the day. Because I was going to say, we can just leave this island and never come back because we've pretty much cleared it. But that's not true because there's something we could learn here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, we don't have to worry about fights, but still. Ah, boy. Okay, so what would happen if we... What should we do? Like... Ruinous camp. Because we can only travel during night across here. So we can only come back here through here now, right? But there's something to learn here during the day. That's so tempting. The promise of knowledge is so freaking alluring. You know, I just wanna know everything. I want to know everything there is to know. It's also night, which means we know there's a fight here. And it's a fight with undead, which we did just get the Sun-Scorched Ring. But we're also at 2 health. Yeah. Okay. If we go here... So it's night. Still night. Still night. Day. By the time we get here to heal. Right? All the fights reset. There's a fight here in the day, and a fight here in the day, presumably with undead. So, I'm thinking like I'm playing some 4D chess right now. I'm really trying to plan my journey, and I do have one navigator's kit which I could use to stop a passage of time. Okay, so once again. Night. So 1, 2, 3, day. We'll get here without any fights as it turns day. We'll have full health. Then we can go here. What's on 2 again? 2 is the village. 2 is the village which we have explored during the day. But we've not seen at night. Now, we can assume that there's a fight here at night because I can clearly see monster things. But they are both undead. I now have a Sun-Scorched Ring, right? Which means this fight might be easier. Probably will be easier. And there could be other things. Let's see. So we know there's a fight. Okay, it looks like there's a fight and a delve. I don't want to ruin it for myself, but... There is something to find there, but only at night. Or sorry. Yes, only at night. It just sucks having to go all the way back here just to come all the way back here later to learn. but I mean, I feel like I have to clear it. This island, I've done everything else on it, right? Because we've been to the Necromancer's camp. Oh, have we done? No. No, we haven't been at the camp during. Huh, okay. Actually, all right, okay. I might have just helped us out because it is currently night. And when we get back there, it'll be day. I mean, the issue is we can't really do anything with such low health. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Well, here's the thing. I just remembered that I haven't been to the Ruinous camp during night, which presumably will be different events. If we die during the fight, we're going to get teleported back to Sigil anyway. So no big loss for us in terms of travel time or anything. I think we go back to 6 and see what we find. Maybe it'll be cool. Maybe we'll die. Probably both. Johan, away! Okay, so passage of time. And now we can unveil the Ruinous camp at night. Oh, great. There's no fights. Healing vial times 2. I ate it up. I drink it up. I gulp it down. I love it. I love it. I mean, I'm not going to use it right now, but I will definitely healing vial times 2, which is plus 2 health during exploration. So we use that, which puts us... This actually might work out perfectly now that I'm thinking about it, because then we do this, right? Then... Do I use a navigator's kit to learn without changing the day cycle? Because I want that lore. Necromantic Shrillings of Ritual Community Trap-laden in the Grave. Yeah, there's definitely some beef going on with these death cultists and the Graven Keep. I don't know what that has to do with the Star Zealots and the Bone Tree. That's a whole other thing. Yeah. What does this say? Oh, it says Realm Clock does not advance when traveling. Well, I guess what I could say is I used it between there. I think that's what I'm going to say. I'll use it between there. I'll burn it. So that I still have one still night cycle to do. Yeah, the party with the necromancers happens till you drop, and then afterwards. Okay. The necromantic scribblings of a ritual committed in secret, a trap laid for the Graven Keep, and an unsuspecting lord. Okay, so definitely bad vibes, bad betrayal vibes going on over there. We get our lore, which is really what I wanted. Then everything resets, because this will be the final thing as I travel back here. I'm just like, I'm doing the weirdest shit, but I promise you it makes sense. Right, we get that, resets. Now it's day, and now I can do the, but now I'm going to have to wait for the ferryman. There's got to be a star chart. Where the hell are these star charts? Right? We're supposed to get a star chart somewhere. Maybe I'll find it at the Lost Nights thing during the day. Okay, so we don't do the fight because we already slew him. And we find the ring, which we already have. A fated journal, the last entry swearing an oath against any that defy the grave. First, the traitor, then treason. Interesting. So this is the journal of the night, presumably. Swore an oath to kill a traitor to the keep, right? Oh, gotta move the sun into place. Thank you for reminding me. So it's only a lore +1. Maybe that wasn't worth it, but I'm like it's the completionist in me. It's like I know I'm gonna stumble across that one zone which is like, you need lore 4 to do this. I'm gonna be like, mother, you know what I mean? So I'd rather just have it than not have it. And then yeah, fight is forever done. Okay, so this is gonna be the annoying part because I feel like we're just gonna be traveling back and forth for a little bit. I guess essentially waiting, right? If we had a Skyrim button, I was like, wait. Yeah, camp is all done. Lost. So this island is cleared. We can officially say, I don't look ahead. Officially say that the island on the other side of the coast is donezo. So if we move back, we get a sun, sun, which will be me spinning around the waiting screens. Yeah, just like, it's like a Mass Effect whenever you're like waiting for the elevator to like load in, so they're hiding it from you. So yeah, so sun. So by the time we get back here, sun. Okay, there'll be one night track on the counter. Which means now we can. I know I'm gonna find the fucking star map. Yeah, there's no reason to find the star map now, right? We've already cleared out this entire place. But it is the ferryman at night, so we can go back to 4. We are at the ferryman's at night, so we're at the boathouse during the night. Okay. So things to do and or see that we have not yet done. We have not been to the boathouse during the day, which we can see now is a fight of some kind. We have not been to the village during night, which is now. But we have no health. So that would not be smart. What we should do is we should night, rest. Yeah, tree to the bonfire. Yeah, I think too. By the time we get there and take a rest, it will be day, which means we can head to the village during the day and get the new event. I think is the right move, all told. So then, so night, rest, reset, magical effects. Every fight resets. Health goes back to max. We see our old friend Dendrick. Oh, that's not Dendrick. Where's Dendrick? Dendrick. Oh, I forgot to talk to our spectral ferryman. Coming back to the lands of the Graven Keep. Step aboard, step aboard. I feel like Dendrick. Like, we got shit to say to Dendrick now. Like, oh. Foolish engraved, marked with the lines of defeat upon your flesh. And we're like, listen, Dendrick. I just fought 2 trees, a necromancer, a knight. See this ring? I'm minted. Okay, I am minted. I feel like this is also like too whenever you walk up to the NPC after you like do something major in Dark Souls game, you talk to them and their like dialogue changes. And they're like, that's the ring of the sun-scorched night. Oh, tales tell of a warrior so fearsome. No doubt you couldn't have crossed blades with such a warrior. You know, that kind of shit. We just like sort of recycle. A key marked with the symbol of the necromancers. You must have stolen this. No way you could have claimed it from the corpse of one of those mad wizards. That kind of shit. Okay. Yeah. I'm feeling good. We are our health is reset. We have a sun-scorched ring. I think honestly, we have reset health. We're back at space 1. We kind of have a game plan. We kind of know. I'm going to mark in my journal. Next stop, the village at daybreak. I feel like this is a pretty good place to stop for the night. You know, we've done a lot. We've pretty much cleared, I'd say, 3/4 of the realm in our first playthrough, and got a lot of stuff. Claimed a lot of items, claimed a lot of lore, fought 2 unique enemies. Yeah, we did a lot. And we, by the way, broke 100 followers on the channel and picked up a few new subscribers. Holy, I mean, that is just truly, I'm once again flabbergasted. So let me scroll back up to the top here. So this, if you've been watching and you haven't known we've been doing this entire time, I apologize, but this is RUNE, a brand new solo tabletop RPG made by Spencer Campbell. It is based off of Dark Souls-like mechanics and inspired by those games, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, all that stuff. I'm having a lot of fun. It's definitely light on the role-playing. It's more about... It's not a role-playing game like D&D in the sense of like character building, especially because it's like solo. Like, well, I shouldn't say character building, character interaction. But it's definitely focused on the mechanics, and I feel like it does the mechanics well. I feel like it really does encapsulate the feeling of the Souls-like experience, the plotting of the fights and the paths and the resetting of the world and the healing and the curses, and like it's got all the things there that make it feel Souls-like. So I think this is a great solo game to play, especially like in those moments where like I think you probably use this to set up a story in this world, play through it, and then write a story based off your night's adventures. Yeah, no, I mean that's true. You could do your storyline and sort of like we made Dendrick up, right? Like you can create your characters that you find and make your own plot threads, and then yeah, definitely use it as like an inspiration point for some story building. Absolutely. But yeah, I think as a solo game, this is really great. It's definitely good for me on these nights where, you know, maybe my group can't get together and I I want to generate some content for the stream, right? And maybe something that I don't want to like. If I did a D&D design stream, I actually put this up to a vote. If you follow any of our socials, I was like, what should I do tonight? Do a D&D design stream or play RUNE? And I'm glad it was RUNE. A, because it's brand new. It just came out today, the digital release. The physical books are being shipped right now if you kickstarted it, but I think you can now purchase them for real. So it's brand new, which is cool. I'm glad to be playing it on the day it releases. But also, doing D&D design stuff, as much as I love it, is very taxing on your mind. It's a lot. It's like you have to be involved. And this, because it's already written for me and I get to just solve it. You know, it's a different part of my brain, which is I think I needed tonight. And I'm glad this is the one that people chose. But yeah, this is RUNE, Spencer Campbell. I'm having a great time. Definitely going to be running more of this. I definitely want to play through the other realms, you know, once we defeat the Grim Coast, and I'll let chat and I'll let everyone decide which realm we go to next. I don't want to spoil them, but there's some pretty cool sounding names. And yeah, we can take Johan all across the different the different lands. I voted for RUNE because I saw the word Souls. Like, yeah, no, absolutely. Do you think now watching it in its entirety that it holds up to the reputation? I think it does. I think it does a really good job of emulating the Souls like in a tabletop format. Absolutely. But yeah, chat can vote. Oh yeah, definitely, I agree. Yeah, chat will be able to vote once we clear the realm. I mean, we still have to clear the realm first. I'm very impressed with us that I'm gonna curse as soon as I say this. We haven't died. Anytime we've reset our health, we've done it voluntarily. Because we've gone out of our way to go back to sigil and heal. Never because we were slain in battle. We've gotten close. We've gotten close, but we've not been slain. So Johan so far is not unscathed, but is undefeated, which is pretty cool. But, as I roll a random dice, we'll pull up our engraved. But yes, this was Johan Mutt, the Knight of Dawn, his first foray into the realm of RUNE and the Grim Coast. Thank you so much. I'm Wolf Scott, host and Dungeon Master of Level 1 Adventuring. This channel right here. Please follow us, like us if you haven't already watching tonight. Usually Wednesday nights our D&D nights. We run a full-length campaign, 5th edition. It's me plus 6 others, which is a lot of fun. You can catch, if you haven't seen prior episodes, there are some still on here on Twitch. The rest are on YouTube. Please follow us there so we can get that 100 follower on YouTube as well, since that is a prerequisite to having the channel like expand. But you can catch all the previous episodes there. There's also episodes of previous D&D design streams. There's episodes of me playing other games like Celeste, the Crown of the Magister, and I actually have a ongoing solo RPG run of the new Monera system, which I actually really like too. It's very different. It's more story focused than this, but I should return to it because it's something. Your computer is crying as I'm playing Celeste. I know. It's so weird. I feel like it ran Baldur's Gate better, and not to say that Celeste isn't like a cool and pretty game because it is, but like definitely Wizards threw a shit ton of money at Baldur's Gate, so it looks gorgeous and it's more graphically intense. And I feel like it ran it better. But yeah, basically, there's a lot of cool stuff to see on the channel, and I hope to see you there for all of it. Please follow us on the socials so you can be notified. And if you follow our Discord, I post campaign updates there, campaign journals for the stories, and eventually I'm hoping to turn that into a play-by-post D&D space, so you can play games with your friends, or we can help run some games with you. So there's a lot that I'm hoping to do with the channel in time, but it's very new, even though growing at a pace I'm happy with. So if you enjoyed everything you saw, I hope to see you again. I hope y'all get some good rest, because I know I'm way past my bedtime, but it was worth it. And yeah, I hope to see you then. Have fun. I'm going to do the outro now.